Hello, everyone. This is Apostle Babe Linda James. And I tell you this every week because I know that with repetition, I can convince all of you that I am your favorite apostate. And I have the coffee cup that we get from Fixing My Faith. And this has turned out to be pretty cool. I love it. I put cold drinks in it or hot drinks. And the straw did not come with it. I used the straw, but you can drink out of the top. But living your life with love. I got this as merch from Fixing My Faith. And I also wanted to mention that over there on that channel, he has a GoFundMe for some surgery that is not covered by his insurance. And I'm just wanting to encourage anybody that has a few bucks if they can go over there and donate. If you don't, that's fine too. But if you do and you maybe have looked at it before and thought to yourself, I'm going to get back to it, this is your kind reminder for you to get back to it and be able to do that. Tonight, I wanted to talk about how, and I was talking to somebody earlier today about this too, how awkward it is for us to make friends, right? To not only make friends, but to keep friends, right? We're like kind of illiterate this way. Hello, Life After Religion, and Dallas and Shack Composer, which is JP. Hello. Yeah, and John. And I saw a message also from, it looks like it's a little too brighter than I wanted it to be. Let's see if that bring it down. No, it's still too bright, but you know what? That's just going to have to be the way it is. Okay. This here, this is a little fireplace I got going on one of my devices. So that's what that little thing is, a little fireplace. Okay. So it was Rebecca Wise. She left a message earlier saying, I'm going to try to stay up. And you know what, y'all? If you can't stay up for come into this live show on Saturday nights, I know it can be very late for some of you, especially, going for those that are in the middle of the United States and on the east side of the U.S., that it's pretty late for you guys. And I understand that. You can always catch it tomorrow, or you can just kind of turn it on, lean back and close your eyes and just kind of listen to what I'm talking about or listen to the conversations that happen. I like to bring something to the table usually and talk about it. And then I like to open things up to the audience and see if there's something that's been on someone else's mind or if somebody wants to share something. And then I like it to just go into free, casual conversations or sometimes heavy conversations. Sometimes just it can get heavy or it can just get really fun, just super relaxed, laughing and laughing and laughing. We never know how the evening's going to go. But so I'm kind of here to facilitate it and maybe direct it if it's getting way off course. But usually I just go with questions that come to mind at the time. And I like it when you get to ask questions too, because this is part of us creating friendships, okay, which is what I'm wanting to talk about, making friends, and then kind of choosing the ones we want to remain friends with or not. And it's a rejection, not because they're not good enough, but more about you don't vibe with them. So you get to be selective. Back in the day when we were in the org or whatever group we were involved in, there was high demand, high control, or toxic. We were, if anybody else was a Jehovah's Witness, they were instant friends. We didn't have to work on keeping the friendship going. Next time we saw them, instant friends. And if we were in an abusive or high control, high demand family, we had instant family, right? So it was already there. It was going to stay there. It was there. And then some of us really lost a lot when we were either kicked out of the group or the family or chose to leave, So we have trust issues, right? we have trust issues, definitely. And that's totally cool. Is that fireplace real, Linda? No, Dallas, it's on a device, meaning it's a cell phone. It's a picture of a fireplace. It's going to go. So it's YouTube. It's YouTube. I have a channel on my phone right there playing a fireplace, and it's so little. I just thought it'd be kind of cool to put it on there. And so yeah, this is something that can be very awkward for us. And I'm not going to bring it up like I've got it figured out yet, because I don't. I really don't. But so I could, that term, preaching to the choir, that means like I'm talking to those that really get it and really know the story, really understand what I'm talking about. And the reasons why we have this kind of situation and what it's really called is socially stunted, or it was under arrest. I forget what that terminology is. Something arrest. So when we were growing up inside of the org, for example, if we wanted to pursue any of our self-interests, any extracurricular activities from school, hanging out with people from our job, those were highly discouraged, aka we were not supposed to do that. Okay, we were not supposed to do that, and people in our lives would tell us that, that's not a good idea. It's going to erode your faith, and bad association spoils useful habits, right? So that's one of those things that will go on in our brains to talk us out of doing something we might be attracted to that is not okay with the religion or not okay with the relationship. So yeah. Hi, Marissa. Good to see you. Arrested, thank you. Arrested Development. Thank you for coming through on that. Arrested Development. And so our development got like arrested. If you picture it, it got put in jail for a while. Yes, there's socializing that can happen in jail, but it's very limited, right? So it's arrested development. So what happens is, because of our lack of socializing, we are either socially stunted or arrested. We're experiencing arrested development, and it makes us socially awkward. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you feel like I do, but I'll be like going along in life and I just think I'm the weirdest dork ever. And I feel as though everybody seeing me or watching me can tell I'm just the most awkward dork out there. And to be honest, that's really not the case, but that's what I'm feeling, okay? Because I don't feel secure in socializing. I don't necessarily feel relaxed in socializing. But if I had a chance to do it more back when I was growing up, I would be more familiar with socializing. So how are we going to get more familiar with socializing? We're going to go through that awkward stuff that it takes for us to get comfortable, meaning we do it more often. And if we do it and learn we've, said stuff to offend people, did things that were socially unacceptable, we get to learn, all right? And hopefully, like amongst ourselves, us ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, we kind of can give each other a heads up by saying, when you do that, that's kind of not okay culturally, because it comes across like this. And that could be a true friend telling you that, if you are open to it. You have to be open to that kind of feedback. Otherwise, it's just we are being intrusive on our friends, So I've had somebody correct me a few times, different people, and I didn't understand it, but I took the correction because it was different than, I didn't get it, but I took it in and pondered on it and worked to change it up. But what helps me is to understand why something is socially unacceptable. That's what helps. I should have had my volume down, but I don't. So yeah, we have a tendency to overshare. Okay, just overshare when we start to meet somebody. Overshare, overshare, overshare. We tell them about our whole childhood. We tell them about, we might have had a marriage or two, and go in depths about that. And it's like, that's a bit too heavy. But I've done it. I've done it. Okay, I've done it. I'm talking about stuff that I've done as well, and I have to think to myself, okay, I'm not going to share everything because I don't think they want to know it. And when you're first getting to know someone, I'll tell you something. There's a part of me that wants to be like, blah. This is all my imperfections. Here it is. Can you hang, and are you still going to be my friend? Okay. Because I need the reassurance that they still want to be my friend. Isn't that, pretty lame? But that's really what's in the back of my mind. I think to myself as I'm getting to know people that, I could lose them. How much do I want to invest in them? But going back to, you get to be selective. You get to chime in with personalities that you jive with, personalities that you feel comfortable with. And those that you don't have to. You don't have to be forced to associate with them. And to be honest, they're probably feeling just as if it's not a good match as well. Or they could just be totally missing that there's not a connection. And you got to come up with a way to let them know that you're willing to hear from them. Like, say, I don't mind hearing from you once a month, but more than that, I'm really not able to, I don't have enough bandwidth for that, and you make it about yourself, because it is about yourself. When we receive rejection, it's about the other person who's rejecting us. So like what I just talked about, I can touch bases with you about once a month because that's all the bandwidth I have. That's about me, and I'm not able to jive with that other person. So it ends up exhausting me or draining me, which is about me. So the rejection is more about me than them. If you can kind of pick up on that as you're making friends and you're noticing that some are willing to keep being in conversation with you over time and some are just not. It could be that, or it could be they have a personality that's much more of an introvert than an extrovert. An extrovert is someone that finds their fuel, they get their energy from socializing more so than they do when they're not socializing. So when they're not socializing, they have a tendency to be just drained, okay? And once they get a chance to socialize again, it's like they get refueled. And it just gives them a better sense of well-being. But someone who's more introverted, they really need that time by themselves. And too much socializing will literally drain them and exhaust them and make them feel like they're low on fuel. So the time that they spend by themselves, maybe reading or whatever it is, in their own thoughts, that's where they're refueling for themselves, and being out socializing, it drains them. So there's, pay attention to that too, because that's about them as well. Or it's about yourself as well. Tap into that as far as understanding who you are and if you're more introverted or extroverted. And, if you find yourself drained and you know you're more extroverted, see if you can do something that's a bit socializing, you know? Let's see here. Marsha. Kevin definitely overshares. Because I wasn't born in, I don't have that tendency. Exactly. It is kind of a born in thing. Yeah, that's too funny. Dallas says socially crippled or socially handicapped. Yeah, yeah, I hear you. And let's see what else we got going on here. So Dallas, I notice you've got all caps going on. Usually that means someone is yelling or really wanting to be heard. And that's not what I'm used to seeing with you. But our Debbie Moore does it, and she's told us many times that she just puts it on cap lock and always leaves it that way because it's easier for her to text or whatever, or for her to write things out. And we've all just gotten used to her doing all caps, and we know she's not yelling, you know. Look, here we are, Miss Debbie Moore. Speak of the beauty. We know that Debbie Moore always does the caps. That's too funny, girlfriend. But Dallas, I'm not used to that with you. So I just noticed. Yeah, I just noticed. So that's another thing. In the world of like what we're doing here, or texting on maybe Facebook or something, or yeah, these kind, or Instagram or Twitter or wherever, the all caps means we're yelling. But Debbie Moore has announced it so many times. Most of us know that that's just the way she has it set up. And if she has to go back and forth, it's just too much of a pain in the ass for her. So we all know that's our Debbie. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So if we don't realize that is considered yelling, somebody might misunderstand us. And see, that's not the usual character of you, Dallas. That's why I was asking, you know. Are you upset about something, Dallas? Or did you just kind of put your I want to say the typing that you're doing, do you have it on locked cap or something? Maybe you just didn't notice. But anyways, so there's something that is in the world of socializing online. It actually means something. So starting a friendship can be very awkward for us. And basically we just have to approach people that are already around us, say at your job, or if you go in and get a cup of coffee in the morning, you say hi to people. Don't go out of your way to rush up to somebody and just say hi, because that's going to freak them out. And but the places that we usually go, the things that we usually do, the people that are there, you know, a simple smile, you will often receive a smile back. If you get somebody's attitude back, okay, they've got attitude. You don't have to bite. You don't have to be in that realm. You just kind of make note of that. And we're going to give that one a wide berth next time they're around. We're going to give them plenty of space, and that's going to be okay, you know? So, so I was talking to a friend of mine earlier, and we were talking about just how awkward we feel in socializing. So again, if we would have had more socializing growing up, we would be more, I want to say, socialized. We wouldn't be so socially stunted. So basically it means we're immature in our socializing. And the best way to become not immature is to just keep doing this awkwardness of approaching people, smiling and saying hi, or even like, and I suggest this more for women than men, because unfortunately, men, um, this is one of those things. So, like, if you're a woman, and you're saying hi to another woman, you can just be, if you notice something on them or about them that is something you can easily compliment them on, do that. Oh, I like your earrings. Wow, that skirt looks great on you. You know, um, what a beautiful hat. So, women complimenting each other is pretty cool. And the reason I'm saying not so much for the men, because I'm thinking it could be misunderstood for flirting. That's why I'm saying that. Um, if you're wanting to compliment a woman, um, you can say things like whatever they're talking about. You can say things like "good point." If you're kind of like, if they're talking to you, or they may be close by talking to somebody else, and you might be in line, maybe to get donuts or whatever people get in line for, the post office or whatever, and you might overhear them talking to their friend or in line or whatever. And not that they're far away, but if they're in front of you, and if you just say things like "good point," or "gosh, I hadn't thought about that," more about logic than looks, that's safer. That's just safer, gentlemen. Okay. And unfortunately, women won't always appreciate your compliments on their physicalness, and then it's not necessarily your fault, but society at large. So it's unfortunately a stereotype that's worth considering. Okay. Oh, it's an Amber thing. She's saying hi to Dallas. And Marshall says, our social awkwardness is ironic considering how many meetings we attend in the Borg. And Dallas says, I enjoy finding something, and that's in front behind the good with another person. I've noticed that about you, Dallas. You do easily compliment people in a very supportive way. And I've noticed that about you, yes. Um, so yeah. Well, thank you for taking off your caps, Dallas. Thank you. And yeah, I agree with you, Marcia. I'm sorry, Marissa. Our social awkwardness is ironic considering how many meetings we attended in the Borg. I don't think we had as much socializing time as we could have, even in the org. Okay. Unless we set up time to hang out, there was before the meeting socializing and after the meeting socializing. What would that be? Maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes beforehand, 15, 20 minutes after. Or I know on certain occasions, if there's a memorial, how they have that once a year memorial, sometimes they have to leave quickly because there's going to be some more people coming in after them, so they can't really hang around. And so I don't think there was enough socializing, even during the times of symposiums or assemblies and stuff. I still think the socializing was quite limited, or I don't think it was enough for us to get comfortable. Plus, we had this mindset of, if I behave poorly, I might get negative feedback, or if I do something wrong, somebody will snitch on me, because we had that culture where people get turned in for unapproved behavior. And sometimes we don't even know that something is not approved of until until you get told on. Like, and what I mean by that is someone might see somebody else doing something. And then they'll see it, they'll decide it means something, and then they'll go to an elder and report it to an elder. What has been presented to us is, and it has shown up in the last convention, is If you see somebody or experience somebody doing something that goes against the religion, you're supposed to let them know yourself. Look, and kind of just be like, that's what, don't do that. And if they don't seem like their conscience is affected like yours, and they might still continue doing that, you can say to them, I'm giving you a week, or I'm giving you 2 weeks for you to go tell the elders that you're doing this. Otherwise, I'm going to go tell. That's something we were taught within the organization to do. Okay? So that's a snitch culture. So can we really be relaxed? Can we really be ourselves? Within that culture, sharing things. There's so many, oh my gosh, there's so many things we're not allowed to do, okay, within society at large when we went out into society at large. Because these high controlled, high demand groups, we are what is called a subculture. So it's a culture that isolates itself from the main culture of society at large. So a subculture is kind of off to the side, and it's self-isolating, okay? And it can at times be done in a compound situation where everybody lives at the same location, or like we did as Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons do, and other groups where, yes, we live in the community that we live in, but we restrict ourselves from associating with others that are not of the same group as us. And we've been indoctrinated to believe, certain things about them that would make us hesitate to associate with them, right? And if we do associate with them, it really is for the purpose of recruiting them, so when you so we're very limited on all of that. Hi, Wild Wall, welcome. And he says, hi all, posted a greeting a few minutes ago, and for some reason it got grayed out. I must have offended an algorithm or such, evidently. Oh, it looked grayed out. It looked gray to you, like not as bright as, I don't know what did that. I can't imagine. I don't have like I don't have anything set up for restrictions of certain words or even links. Like people can post links in here too. I let that happen. It got grayed out. That's weird. Here in the chat, I'm scrolling up to see if I can see it. Nope. I don't see it. Well, greetings. Greetings to you, Wild Wall. Sorry about that getting grayed out. I don't know why that happened. Must have offended the YouTube algorithm or such, evidently. That's too funny. And yes, things are going to get even more restrictive in places, unfortunately. Debbie Moore says, Dallas, you probably don't want to copy me because most people do believe you're yelling, like Linda said. So if you have good vision, use lowercase letters. Oh, okay. Maybe that's what he was talking about when he said you wanted to try something different. Yeah, that would be not a good place to try something different, Yeah, that's not a good place. Dallas says, I love you, Debbie. We all do. Well, all I said was, hi, all you good looking, beautiful, gorgeous, lovely, sexy apostates. Goodness gracious. That's interesting. I wonder if the S word affected it. I don't know. And some people have like bots that will, if you say something that I don't know who decides it's inappropriate, but it'll put you like on timeout or something, which I don't know enough about bots to even set them up. But it's really good to see you, Well, and that's a really cool, really cool reading. Oh my God, that's too funny. So, yeah, and today already within society at large, where we're still trying to get used to functioning in, some of us are more successful than others, and the longer we keep trying, the less immature socially we will be. Okay, that's how that works. With more experience, you'll get more comfortable, and it also goes with doing what it takes to keep a friendship. See, we didn't even learn that in the org either, because we'd show up and these were the automatic friendships, the only ones we were allowed to associate with, right? So that's kind of a foreign thing for us. What does it take to maintain a friendship? We have to find out what are things that are important to them. Do some people need to be heard and know that they're heard? Do you need to say confirming things to them that confirms that what they've said that you heard? Not necessarily that you agree or not, but that you heard them. Is it that they need your support in some of the advances that they've made in life? And that you're cheering them on, kind of come to learn what is important to different people. I guess I want to call it learning their love language, but it's more about their personality, what's important to them as far as what they would receive from a friendship. Let's see here. John says, Wildwall says, I put a space this time and it let it through. I'm thinking it is that S word. And Debbie's like, sorry, Dallas, I didn't see that you strengthened you strengthened it already. I love y'all too. John said Rick Farron is looking for a new late night show hosts, according to JW World News. Okay. From what I understand from JP, who's in touch with Eric, I used to host with Eric, and he was hosting like the last show of the night on Six Screens, and he's taking some time off right now. From what I understand, he's planning on getting back to it, but I think even if he is planning on getting back to it, Rick would want to have somebody fill in until Eric comes back, and then maybe even keep them on. I don't know. But that does sound like something that Rick will do. And last weekend, Stephanie Lynn Carson, also known as Sister Willow, did a show. And she's supposed to come on every 2 weeks. And then there's Borgie and Connie. So they do their show as well. But yeah, Rick will put that out there. And many people over the years have had a chance to fill in or to take up time on, so you picture it like this. He's got 6 hours that he has to fill in. So he might take up 2 of those hours, maybe 3, with his world news, right? If he doesn't have other people to fill in the other 3 hours, he's supposed to be talking that whole time. So what I have found when I got to host different shows there is he's pretty much like, he doesn't restrict a whole lot of what people bring to the table to talk about. He really doesn't. There was a few nights that I must admit that we got out of hand, and there was some cussing and laughing late into the night. And once it was like we had the After Five Sillies, okay, but it turned out to be too much cussing. So he would erase the show. But that's just one of those things that I didn't see it coming. We found ourselves in it, and we had a good time. But he saw it as inappropriate. He didn't want it on his archives or anything, and he didn't post it. I'm fine with that, But for the most part, if you are thinking about being a host, or maybe entertaining the idea of doing a podcast or a show like this, calling him up or asking him to do that might be something cool to do. I've enjoyed it. I personally function better when I'm just talking and it comes out naturally, better than writing. So if I had to write out a blog, that would just make me ill. That does not come. It's very challenging for me to write things out. But I know that other people, their writing comes super easy to them, and they're very good at it. But this is what comes natural to me, to be able to talk about what's on my mind, or to be on certain subjects and talk about them, and then let conversations flow to other subjects. This is very, very natural to me and very casual to me. I used to be a hairdresser, which I would be doing this with clients that sat in my chair. I would have them in my chair for 15, 20 minutes to 3 hours, right? So this would be a new person I would be talking to. And since I'm in their space and they're mentally knowing that I would be in their space and that I would be touching them, there's this thing that happens when you begin to touch somebody. They'll just open right up to you. It just seems to go hand in hand. And they don't misunderstand the touch. They know it's a caring touch, or it's a nurturing touch. It's a you're being taken care of kind of touch, So sometimes people will just open up with really stuff that they just would have never told many people. But you find yourself there with them, and different subjects will show up. So I've had experience with that. Oh, and I used to, I got trained in what is called the Theocratic Ministry School back in the day, right? Through the 70s, we were taught how to start a conversation at the door, and not only start the conversation, but direct it in a certain way. And we were taught to debate certain subjects. Today, the Jehovah's Witnesses do not debate. They don't debate. If there's going to be any kind of difference in thought processes, they pack up and leave. It's very different today. But so I'm bringing that up because I have that under my belt too. I learned how to do what is called cold calls, but at people's door. I would let them know why I'm there. I would introduce myself and go into what was planned as the subject to go into. So there was that. I was a hairdresser, so I would meet strangers all the time and start conversations with them. And different times that I would have to, or I did, what also came natural for me is to ask questions. When I grew up in school, I had special ed. I grew up in special ed because I had learning disabilities and stuff. And the teachers were always approachable. There was never, ever a question that I was ever talked down to because I asked the question. It was always a welcomed question. It didn't mean that I was going to get the answer that I wanted, but it was always an answer that had me thinking on trying it again or going again with another route that I hadn't thought of. So that's what special ed teachers are really good at, giving me more possibilities. And I truly, truly believe that it was my special ed teachers that actually taught me how to critically think. I think that was the case. So, when I would have a Bible study with Jehovah's Witnesses with the intention of baptism, me having questions were not always welcome at all. At all. So that didn't always flow. So yeah, let's see here. Dallas, I enjoyed hearing Debbie call into Rick's show. Oh, okay. You called into the show today, Debbie, with Rick. That's cool. Debbie says, I'd love to do my own show, but I'm not dependable enough to do that. And you know what? When I was first asked to do the show, Rick approached me, and I think he approached me because of the way I had given comments. What I'm talking about is long-winded. Like, I'd give these long comments, okay? So I think that's why he asked me if I wanted to do a show. And at that time, matter of fact, it was during that time when people were sheltering in place, and there would be weekends that I'd have my grandkids. So I didn't know what weekends I would have my grandkids, and I wanted that to be my first priority. So I told him that I don't think I could commit to that yet. But later on, I wasn't having my grandkids over to babysit them or whatever, to have them here while their mother was working, and it opened up for me to do that. And he put me together with other hosts. So if I had to bail out for some reason, that host could carry the show, Eric and Audrey are getting settled into their new home and getting used to being in a new family. I know, isn't that so cool? I'm so happy for him. I just really am, They've been on vacation. Dallas says, Eric and Audrey been on vacation, I assumed. So like Debbie was saying, I'd love to do my own show, but I'm not dependable enough to do that. So I can relate. And so Dallas says, my grandma was a beautician. Okay, so was mine. Debbie, I enjoy hearing you calling on the show. Debbie, thanks for the info on Eric. And we learned a lot in ministry school. I was really good at selling insurance because I really cared about people, and I never tried to sell anything to anyone they didn't need just to make money. No, I didn't comment on Rick's show. Okay. Okay. I have a little story to tell you. See, Debbie Moore is bringing up that the Theocratic Ministry School helped to support her when she was selling insurance. So, and at the same time, she did not sell them stuff they did not need, right? I'm not dependable because of my health. Yes, I do understand that. Yes. Okay, John says, Debbie, you are the best commenting on the conspiracy shows on screens. I'm not sure when those shows would be, but that sounds fun. That sounds about right. So, okay. So I was working at a hair salon, and at the hair salons, they also sell hair products, okay? And hair products that they sell are not just ordinary ones you can get maybe at Walgreens or CVS. They're higher quality, and they're more concentrated, and they're made for specific reasons, meaning shampoos and conditioners, or gels and mousses, hairspray, things like that. So when I was doing hair, not only was I shampooing their hair with good quality shampoo and conditioner that was professional. We would call that professional products. I would also be using the mousse or the gel or the hairspray and stuff that was professional as well. So there was no way on my station that you would see a hairspray that was like something you could get at CVS or something like, or Walgreens or just the ordinary store at all. It was hair products that you would have to buy from a hair salon. Like that's the way of getting them. And they would be under different brands. And the people like these different brands, let's say one was called Crew, and most of that brand was hair care for men, including like mustache and beard stuff. Okay. And there's a brand called Redken. And back in the day, you might recall Vidal Sassoon or Paul Mitchell. They've been around for a while, even Clairol. Clairol you can get at a Sally's Beauty Supply, so there is access to it. But there's certain products that only a licensed hairdresser can buy. So even if you went to a Sally's Beauty Salon or a local beauty supply, you wouldn't be able to buy Redken hair color. Okay. And there would be some other brands that would be of higher quality than what you could, what society at large had access to. So when I would do somebody's hair, I would also be blow drying it and styling it for them. So I'd be finishing it off. Maybe not blow drying it, but simply adding some product in their hair. So what I was doing was like educating them on how to fix their hair after I gave them the hairstyle, the haircut. Okay, so part of fixing someone's hair is letting them know the hair products that they needed to support that finished look that I would give them. Okay, so when people would come in and say, they'd show me a really great picture, she's got her hair all curled amazingly, and they just want to get up, go in the shower, wash their hair and shake it and go and have it look like that. It was my job to let them know that's virtually impossible. They have to do these certain things that I was going to educate them to do. So you've got to use this kind of a round brush, and gel keeps your hair where you style it, and mousse thickens the hair shaft. So if you have finer hair, you want to use some mousse. And if you have hair that doesn't stay where you style it very well, which is usually straight hair, you want to use a gel. Okay, so I would be educating these people that sat in my chair as part of the experience that they receive on what are the products that are necessary to get that end look. So I'd be teaching them how to style their hair and letting them know about the hair products. The reason I'm telling you all of this is because there's a brand called Bedhead. Okay, let me back up a little. So these different brands that was at the hair salon that we could sell to the clients, that they would have representatives come in. And they didn't just show up and say, here's a really good shampoo and here's a really good conditioner and this hairspray is the bomb. No, they usually would do a teaching class that we would all attend. Okay. And if they had a brand of hair color or something, we would be taught how to use the hair color. So we as hairdressers would be taught how to use the products. They didn't just drop them off and say, see ya. We were trained how to use their products. So when I got to tell a client what products I suggested, it was because I got educated on that brand and how to use their products. So there's that. So the manager of the salon I worked at, and this was kind of a fancy salon. Debbie says, I need all those hair supplies you mentioned. Yeah, Um, what the manager did was, as an incentive to sell that product of bedhead, he put, and the salon had probably maybe 20 to 30 people that worked there. It was a pretty big, classy salon. He gave an incentive that whoever sells the most bedhead products will get to be educated by Toni and Guy. Toni and Guy are the ones that had the bedhead product, okay? Toni and Guy are like the Vidal Sassoon of back in the day. That's something that, as a hairdresser, you would want to jump on and do. To be trained by Toni and Guy is a big deal. So I know that because of my theocratic ministry school, I was able to sell bedhead product brand of, plus the education that they showed up and taught me how to do. It was a breeze for me. And like Debbie said, she never sold them anything that they didn't need. I wouldn't sell anybody something that wasn't going to support what they wanted their hair to look like, how they wanted their hair to land, and the finish look. So I knew I was advising them of quality hair products that would take them to have that end look that they really wanted. So the experience they got was a good, full experience. I got to be the one who sold the most bedhead, okay? And I got to go be trained by Toni and Guy for 3 full days. And I'm going to tell you something. It was amazing. I was so freaking thrilled. It was a big deal to me. So there's that story. So when Debbie was mentioning that the Theocratic Ministry School supported her in selling insurance, I totally believe that. We thought we were being trained in the ministry. Maybe so, but I'm going to be really honest. We were trained to be salespersons, okay? We were trained to recruit people to this organization. And true believers, when we were true believers, that's what we wanted for them, because we knew if they didn't join this organization we were involved in, they were going to die in Armageddon, okay? And we were taught that it's our responsibility to go out and preach the good news of the kingdom through all the inhabited earth until the end comes, Matthew 24:14. So we knew that it was our responsibility. And the way it was presented to us was it was considered a commission. Basically, God expected us to, which in actuality, today I don't believe that's the case, but that's what we were trained to believe. Mormons, the men especially, will put in about 2 years, usually after they graduate from high school. It can be after that, maybe even after college, or maybe it's in between before they go to college. I'm not real clear, but it's while they're young, okay? And they have their name tags, they're elder so-and-so, elder so-and-so, and elder so-and-so. So that's when they do their recruiting to bring people into the Mormon church. And so that they were trained to recruit people. And I'm telling you, even though the Mormons have different belief systems than Jehovah's Witnesses do, the techniques and tactics that are used to recruit people and to keep them in are the same ones Jehovah's Witnesses use. Okay, there's love bombing. There's self-isolation, so they don't associate with other people that are non-believers of the Mormon church. I'm going to tell you something. There's a gal named Jenny who has a channel called Life Take Two. Remember this, Life Take Two. And she talks about her time as a Mormon, and speaks of herself when she was a trad wife, meaning a traditional wife. Okay, trad wife. But she also admits that it was a Christian national environment, and actually a racist environment. I'm not calling all Mormons racist. I'm telling you that on her channel, she speaks of herself as being part of the Mormon church was that for her. Okay. So when you think about it, it's very rare to see someone other than white people as Mormons. So if you want to learn a little bit about that culture, she explains a lot of it, like letting society at large know that when I was a Mormon, I thought this way, so I would behave this way because I believed it. And she mentions certain quotes from the Book of Mormon. She mentions what the prophets had taught, okay, and why her thought process was the way it was. So if you find that kind of stuff fascinating, look for the YouTube channel Life Take Two, because she's now living her life not as a Mormon, okay, and living her life differently. So, and I think she's just presents it very well. And you hear her tell stories that are just as unfathomable to society at large as some of the stuff that Jehovah's Witnesses and their practices are as well. For instance, being a Jehovah's Witness, we would not take blood, right? People from society at large just can't even fathom. What are you talking about? You'd let yourself die? You mean you'd let your kid die? Like they can't even fathom that kind of mindset. But being that Jehovah's Witnesses have been indoctrinated that this is not okay with God, and the way that they got indoctrinated, that's what they truly believe. The fact of the matter is, when someone is recruited into one of these groups, what they've really done is they're taking our labor, okay? So we're being used as something that benefits the leadership, okay? It benefits the leadership of Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormonism to have more recruits, okay? The more there are recruits, the more there are tithes, okay? And like the Jehovah's Witnesses and the real estate that they own, the Mormons own much, much more. The Mormon church is worth so much more. They got started like 80 years before the JWs did, but their members are true believers that these prophets are being used by God to speak to his people, and they are the one true religion. Does that sound familiar? I think it does. Let's see here. Laura Mermaid, hello. Good to see you. We definitely were trained to be good in sales, yes. Yes, it's an Amber thing. I was in sales too. So good at sales. Oh, well, JW recruiting came in handy, I suppose. Yeah. And we didn't know it. We didn't know we were being educated in sales. We were told it was ministry. We were being trained in the ministry. So, yeah. So Debbie says it's a 2-year mission right out of high school. Okay. And they have a very strict schedule they have to abide by. Bed by 9 p.m., up at 6 a.m., no TV or entertainment, required reading time, it's hard on them. Okay. You're speaking of the Mormons. Interesting. Okay. And that's like a 2-year mission. Can you imagine? No TV or entertainment? Wow. And they don't do it on their own. It's 2 people. They have to go together. So there's that. Okay. There's a heart in front of Mermaid's thing. Comment. My mom was the best out in service and the best Avon lady. Yep, I believe you. I totally believe you. I'm telling you, churchgoers are the best LMLs there are. I mean, really, they are. And Wild Wolf says, I was still having problems posting. So restarted browser. So if I'm okay. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Sometimes, yeah, that's just refreshing your refreshing the browser. Oh my God. 2 weeks ago when Rick had the thing, the convention, I went over to his channel for, after the morning session. I was ready for the afternoon session, and I was like in the section of live, just waiting for it to start. And an hour went by, and that's happened with Rick, like when he's been on location to do some protests at different Kingdom halls or whatever. He will document it, but he won't turn it on. He'll have a thing up that says it'll start like maybe at 4, but he starts at 4:35 or something. So things happen, set up and everything. Okay, an hour, that's fine. And then it gets to 2 hours. I'm like, what the? Why would it? I had to refresh my thing. They were already going for 2 hours. So I missed 2 hours of the convention because I didn't refresh my board, my thing. Yeah, you're good. You're good, Wild Ball. Oh, you were a good Avon lady too, Debbie. Yeah, that's I used to do Mary Kay. Love to do Mary Kay. And so MLMs, multi-level marketing. That's what that stands for. And people that are in groups like the ones we've been involved in are really, like, we're very attracted to those. And we get involved with them super easily. Really, really easily. I got to leave off commenting for a bit. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. She sold Subware too. Of course you did, Debbie. I don't know if any of you guys have heard much of Debbie's story when she was younger. She was like a doer, a natural doer. Like when she was a young child, she was already helping other people in the congregation, like with their kids and helping them clean the house and stuff. She was real about being a true servant, and it came natural to her. It didn't come natural to me, but that was something she used to do on a regular basis. Wild Wall, all I said earlier was I like to ask really deep questions such as blonde or brunette, ginger or Marianne. That's my favorite. Oh my God, that's my favorite. Ginger or Marianne, Scooby-Doo or Daffy Duck. Then it hit me. You know what? That's really cool. Ginger or Marianne. When you ask somebody Ginger or Marianne, it helps you understand what they're more attracted to. And Marianne was very much a from Gilligan's Island is what this is from, which used to be like, when I was a kid, that was my favorite all-time show, Gilligan's Island. And so Marianne was more of a natural, good-looking girl. So she didn't need a lot of makeup. She had beautiful skin. You know, she was very tanned, and she wore her hair kind of like in pigtails. So she was like a more of a natural beauty. Then there was Ginger, who was her character was that she was a movie star, right? So her kind of beauty was she fixed her hair in a certain way, right? And she wore her makeup a certain way. And it was more of a glamorous feminine look. Both of them had a feminine look to them, but Ginger was more of a natural beauty, and then Marianne was more of a natural beauty, and Ginger was more of a glamorous beauty. So that said a lot if you ask that question. And blonde or brunette, that's another thing too. You know, some people, it depends on what you're attracted to or you feel more comfortable with, right? Scooby-Doo or Daffy Duck? I'll tell you what, Scooby-Doo is something else. The adventures Scooby-Doo would be going on with that group of teenagers was something else, because they were like chasing ghosts and stuff. It was from a cartoon about the UFOs and stuff like that, or ghosts. I'm trying to think of the word. And then Daffy Duck. Daffy Duck was something else. Daffy Duck was back from the times of Looney Tunes. These were cartoons made under the brand of Looney Tunes. So there was Bugs Bunny, that big old chicken, I forget his name, but he had a real robust sound to him. Daphne or Thelma? Are you talking? I'm thinking Thelma and Lorraine. They went on Daphne or Thelma. Are they the two gals? There was that movie that they made where they were just kind of driving around here and there, and just one of the gals was older, one of them was younger. The younger one finally got the nerve to leave her abusive husband. Left him some dinner in the microwave. And then it's like they went on a joyride, you know, hit a few bars and stuff. I'm wondering, Foghorn, Leghorn? Mm-hmm. I probably should look that up. Okay. They were the girls. Oh, the girls from Scooby-Doo. Thank you. Thank you. Thelma and Louise. There it is. Yes. Thelma and Louise is the one I'm talking about. I used to say to people, can we just go on a Thelma and Louise mama run? You know, just kind of get away from everything and take a few days off of, you know, being a mom, a job, whatever it is, you know. It just meant a little mini vacation. It could be for the afternoon. It could be for a few days. And you just get together with another friend. It's another gal friend, and like a mini vacation, you know. Then for Scooby-Doo is Daphne and Roma. Okay. Yeah, thanks, guys. That's so cool. Yeah, so there is, at the top of this chat, there is the link if you want to join me, and we can take up any subject you might want to talk about. We can still keep talking about how we're challenged and how we're socially challenged and making friends and keeping friends. We can still stay on that subject or on a different one. I'm willing to go for talking about different subjects as well. So anybody who wants to join me is welcome to. You don't have to show your face. You can just kind of, you can come on here and only use your voice, if you don't feel like you want to show your face. I know a lot of times when I'm visiting like Joe and Fran's channel, I won't show my face because I'm just not like I don't feel like I want to show. I just like I don't feel up to showing my face. Hey Natasha, good to see you. I have lots of dreams about my mom and I. She's driving and my dream ends up when our car goes in the canyon. See, that's amazing. Car goes in the canyon. See, Thelma and Louise, at the end of that movie, chose to drive the car into the Grand Canyon, which I did not see coming. That I did not see coming. It was like they just like they wanted to exit life, which is something I didn't see coming and something I definitely don't promote. That's cool that you have the dreams about your mom, though. Well, I learned the hard way to be careful which Scooby-Doo movie you download. I didn't know there was an adult movie parody of it. I didn't know that either. An adult movie. Okay. Not just for adults, but an adult movie. I hear you. Okay. Okay. So mom was awake. Natasha's talking about her mom since 2001. She was awake. That's good. I think you're behind the head. My mom she was dead since 2001. Okay. I'm really glad to hear she was awake. I'm telling you, people in their 80s, 70s and 80s, we keep hearing about them waking up. I see comments under videos all over the place. A lot of people in their 70s. Have you noticed that too? It's wild. I think it's really awesome. But if anybody wants to join me, please use the link. We'll talk about whatever's on your mind. DC or Marvel Comics. I don't think I would know the difference. Usually, the weather here is hotter than I've been experiencing it. So fortunately, it hasn't been hot as it has been in summers before. But there's certain things I'll do in my apartment that keeps things cooler. Like I won't open up the front door all that much to let the heat in, and just different placements of fans and stuff like that. But that could change. And this is also the time of year where people are getting ready to go back to school. So if you have students and they're getting ready to go back to school, there's a lot that people are doing to get ready for that too. Two of my grandkids have birthdays this month. And one other one has a birthday next month. So the one that has a birthday next month will be turning 18. And she's the middle child. And then the two for this month is the oldest one and the youngest one. And the youngest one just turned 15. So they don't live here in Southern California anymore. So I was able to get them Amazon gift cards so that they could choose what they wanted for their birthdays. And I just can't believe how quick they're growing. They're just growing up so quickly. It's like wild, wild. Where is Gro tonight? I wanted to ask her if I tried sneaking into Canada, if she would be the one to deport you. Oh my God. I don't know. Yeah, that's the impression we got, that she worked for like Homeland. I guess it's Homeland Security. Yeah, and usually she'll say hi, or she's driving home now, or something like that. Oh, happy birthday to my grandchildren, Linda. Like, thank you so much. They're pretty amazing, and it's like the one that's turning 18. I've watched her a few years back in a dress to go to prom, and even this year in another prom dress and stuff. And that would not be something that I would get to see if I was still in the org and still raising them in the, their daughter in the org, and then they would be still in the org. So um, it's neat to see the things that they're doing without the restrictions of Jehovah's Witnesses. Okay. Um, it's so funny. See, I came from a time when tattoos were like, either you were in a gang of like Vadio gangs or Hell's Angels. Okay. Tattoos were not what they are today. Today they're body art. Okay. And there's piercings today. Like when I got my nose ring done, that was before there was places you could go to get your nose ring done. Basically, I went to the city of Paramount. Remember, I was last month, Paramount, ICE, and all that other shit. Okay, Paramount had a community of Indians from India, Indians, and they were the ones that always had their noses pierced, right? So I went to one of their stores in Paramount to ask them about, do they pierce the nose, and what side should I have my nose ring on, and what does it represent? And because I wanted one, but it was before everybody else was getting nose pierced, right? Today it's like you can find a place to pierce your nose, your tongue, or anything. They're easy to come by. But when I wanted to do my nose ring, that wasn't a popular thing yet. So, and the reason I'm talking about that is my granddaughter, the one that's going to be 18, her mother let her pierce her spectrum right in here, okay? Which I've never thought about doing. And her mother let her do it, and it looks really, really cute on her. It looks so cute on her that her auntie, my oldest daughter, who turned 40 this year, went out and got her own nose pierced, just like my granddaughter. And my son likes to wear Converse shoes, high-topped Converse shoes, the kinds that are different colors on the shoe. And so he would buy a set that had these different colors, but then he would buy another set so that he had two different shoes. They did not match, and he wore his shoes like that forever on purpose. It was his thing. Well, Faith, my granddaughter that's going to turn 18 next month, she saw that and went, oh, I have to do that. So to me, it's really cool that, and so my son took her out and bought her the shoes, and she was doing that too, when there was nobody else doing that, but she was doing it, and she was a little trendsetter, she knew what she liked, and she wore it with ease, right? And my son thought it was so cool that she was motivated by him. He went and bought her the shit. It's just kind of cool. It's neat to see that the personalities, this is the reasons why I'm talking about this, to see that they're getting to develop their own unique personalities is really nice to see. Pretty hard to come here in Canada. That's right. Natasha is in Canada. We have now 700 of your doctors. That's right. That is right. We've got scientists and doctors that have just fled. because um, all these things got closed down. All these things got closed down. So, they needed to go where they were in demand or where they could work. Wildwall says, I hope one of the doctors you got from us went to Canada was Dr. Fauci. Okay. So we know different people have different ideas of Fauci. And Natasha's laughing and saying, no thanks. Most of them are young families with little kids or teens and don't want them to grow up seeing people deported and the violence. Yeah, that's been pretty traumatic, and yeah, it's been very traumatic watching people being taken and detained how it's happening. I know in Florida, that place that they were calling Alligator Alcatraz, there was an outbreak of something in there. Everybody was ill, or at least 80% of people were ill. So if something was going around, or things were not enough sanitary enough for them to not catch it. I remember when they first showed it, the location, before there were people in there. What was pointed out to me, and I thought was quite interesting, was you get your drinking water where your toilet is. So I don't know if there was a place that you could wash your hands first or not. I don't know, but it just, I don't know. It was pretty crazy. Most of them are, young families. We have alliance direct with Mexico, India, Europe, and South Asia. There's situations where citizens are being detained, and unfortunately, as traumatic as that is for them and their families, it's also traumatic for us to watch this. So pay attention. And I'm not saying to ignore it. I'm saying pay attention, but really do some self-care. Do some self-care, because this will affect us with complex PTSD. The same kind that being a Jehovah's Witness can, that we receive from them. When we witness traumatic events, either in the literature that we looked at, or the videos we watched, or the kid that had to get up because their parents taken them to the restroom to spank them yet again. This is trauma over and over and over and over again. So it's going to affect our psyche, and we need to know that and do some self-care to maintain a healthy psyche. Okay. Let's see. It's been great listening in, but they brought my pain meds and other meds. Okay. I'm glad to hear that, Debbie. Natasha said, I'm sad for you. And Wildwall, Debbie, glad you're able to join for a while, lady. Keep healing. And love to you. Sounds like somebody's joining me. Yay. And it's our Debbie. Yay. Welcome.
I didn't realize I was joining. I was trying to post something. I was just trying to tell you, it's been wonderful being, visiting, being in the chat and everything. If they just gave me my drugs, that's what I call it, just my pain meds and stuff, and I will be kind of unconscious in a few minutes. So I just wanted to tell you, thanks for a great show. And what you're talking about right now of those camps and things, it is extremely traumatizing. Knowing what those
Right.
folks are going through, I can't even watch the news without getting so
Yeah.
upset at the way people are being treated like animals. And these are people that they just grabbed off the street. It's a way they've broken up their families, and it's horrible what's going on. I mean, everybody was complaining about all the illegal, illegals coming here and getting everything. But if they were going to bring in all these people, they should have had jobs lined up for them, a place for them to stay. And instead, they did get food stamps and a little bit of money and a free place to stay, but it wasn't safe there. And any of those hotels and things that were converted. I mean, and the ones that came, a lot of them were criminals. That they're not. They supposed to be the ones that got off the street first. No, they didn't. No, they're getting a few criminals off, and I'm not trying to start a war here, just talking. Um,
Right. Right. Right.
I'm, I'm just saying the fellow feeling that we have, it's painful to see people treated like that in our own
Yeah.
country. I mean, it's just staggering because our country was built on what? Immigration, you know. So, of
Yes.
course, the immigration that the people did come into this country, they took out all the Indians, which those are
Right.
my folks. I mean, my grandmother was born on the Trail of Tears in Oklahoma. That's where they were walking, and my great grandmother gave birth to her there. While they had to stop where she was to give birth, but it's like you got to get
Right.
right back up and go. Things like that, and it's horrible. You
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Anyway,
We're gonna get
I
you
talk
on
too much,
sometime. We're gonna get you
huh?
on sometime to do a interview, and we'll just do it like when and if you're up to it. We'll do it like that. We don't have to plan it. If you're up to it one night, you know,
Yeah.
we'll just do it spontaneously.
Okay.
And
Well, I'm a spontaneous person.
what did you say?
I said I'm a spontaneous person.
Yes, you are. And because you've taken your meds, I'm going to tell you goodbye before you start
Yeah.
in some kind of
Yeah.
truth serum confession of some sort.
Yeah. You don't want to hear any truth serum from me. No.
If you've taken any Ambien, that's how it gets.
Oh God, no, no, I will not take Ambien. Do you know I
Okay.
took that once and I drove my car almost 30 miles to when I live way out in the country up here. I drove like 30 miles to Walmart in another town.
Oh
I
my
spent
God.
like $300 on groceries and whatever else I don't know. And I drove all the way back home. I unloaded everything and sat it all in the middle of the kitchen floor and went back to bed. And the next morning, everybody was up and like, who went and bought groceries? I'm like, I don't know. Did you buy groceries? I don't know. And I mean, we were just all stunned at all these in the middle of the floor, all these bags of groceries. Well,
Mhm.
anyway, a little bit later, I went got something out of my purse, and it just so happened that receipt was in my
Wow.
purse,
Wow.
and I'm like, oh my god, that stuff is dangerous. Ambien is. Of course, they'll
It, some,
probably get us for
some
saying that.
people, well,
It's a hypnotic.
it was dangerous for you for that one time. I mean, if it makes you go spend
Mhm.
$300 in another city, my God.
Well, I wasn't
And
worried about that. I was worried that I drove that far and
right.
back. I mean, that
Hmm.
I could have killed somebody and not even have known it.
What
That's
that
what's
was,
scary.
I believe what that was sleepwalking.
Oh, I've been
Even though
doing
you,
that since I was little. And in fact, I found out here they said at 3 o'clock every morning I was asking for a certain pill, and I'm like, what? And they were giving it to me, and I'm like, no, don't you? I have no memory of them, and I'm like, no, I sleepwalk, I sleep talk, I sleep drive, I sleep eat, I do it
oh
all,
my,
and just
okay,
yeah, it's bad, and I've done it since I was a little bitty kid, and
wow,
and right before. I got married when I was 16. My mother heard me during the night open the patio door. Thank God she did, because I ran outside screaming, "Wait for me! Wait for me!" I
Okay.
ran a block with her trying to chase me down before she got me. And for some reason, I stopped at a stop sign, like I was
What?
waiting, and it was crazy. And, they say don't wake up somebody that's sleepwalking or talking. And she
That's
just kind
right.
of she turned me back around, put her arms kind of around me. That's the closest thing I ever got to a hug, by the way, from her. But anyway, she got me back to the house, and I woke up while I was walking. And I'm like, what the heck are you doing out here with me in the middle of the night? And she said, I was chasing you. I'm like, what? I don't. It's been, and then one of the things when I was real little, my mother told me I got under the kitchen table. I pulled out all the chairs and got under the kitchen table. And she said, what are you doing? And I said, I'm going to the bathroom. And I peed all over the floor. And I mean, I did all kind of silly things like that all through my life. And this, right up until that last time when I was on Ambien, and I've never took it again. Well, I haven't
Okay.
driven in like several years either now. So
Yeah.
okay, well, I'll say good night. Then.
Okay,
I
sweetheart. It's good to hear
All
your
right,
voice. I love you, sis.
I
I'll
love you
give you
too,
a call.
sweetie.
I'll give you a
Okay,
call
that'll
in
be
a couple
great.
of days, okay?
Okay, that'll be great. Bye,
Okay, hon.
everybody. Okay, good night.
John said it would be great to interview Debbie. So we'll do that.
How do I get
I'll
off
talk.
of here?
Yeah.
You know how to get off of
Okay,
here?
hon. We'll talk with you later. Okay. That was cool. That was very cool. She didn't she didn't realize she was getting on the show. That is too funny. Um yeah. I've learned a lot of things from Debbie. And her experience growing up and what it was like for her during her marriage and stuff and things with her kids and everything. It's been challenging, but very unique. Very unique. So, is there anybody else who'd like to join me? And any other subject you want to talk about? You can put it in the chat and join me, or you can just join me and tell me. Um, we were talking about friendships and how challenging it is to make friends and keep friends. So, the best way for us to not be so inexperienced is to just get up and go again and try again. As far as approaching people with a nice smile and a hello, and giving easy compliments, and finding out what's important to them for maintaining a friendship. And hey, Jay, good to see you. Good to see you. You're like, it's good morning. I'm over here on the West Coast, here in Southern California. So I was talking about the place in Florida. A lot of people were getting ill, and I believe they were taking them out of there. And I hope that they're getting the care that they needed. I think one of the biggest things that has, because there's a whole lot about this that frustrates me. Oh, you woke up, but it's 1:35 a.m. Okay. One of the things that frustrates me is that when these people are getting picked up, they don't have their medicine with them. Okay? They don't. get their medicine. So they're taken to these facilities, which, from what I understand legally, they're only supposed to have them there for like 24 hours, 12 to 24 hours. But that does not seem to be the case on how things are going. So they have them for I don't know how long. It's days, it's weeks, it's months. And the medicine that these people are on, they don't have their medicine. And I don't know if their family gets to take it to them. I have not heard any stories of this. I've only heard stories of, it's otherwise. But when you are in a position under arrest by a police officer, and you have certain meds that you need to take, it is, while you're in custody, it is their responsibility to make sure you have access to your medication. I don't quite know how they make sure of it, but that's by law the way it's supposed to be. Debbie says, by the way, people are nice if you give them the chance to be. They're just like you and probably afraid to meet other people. Yeah, too. So smile. And they usually smile back. That is so true. It's one of those natural things that can happen if it's done sincerely, So yeah, Jay, we were talking about how challenging it could be to make friends and to keep friends. But I'm at a time tonight where anybody could join me if they'd like to, and I'm willing to take the conversation elsewhere. We can talk about something else. I was also mentioning that the situation with ICE and how people are being picked up and stuff, whether one believes it's justified or not, it is traumatic for not only them and their family, but it is also traumatic for us to experience watching this go down. So it's important that we do some self-care and to take care of our psyche watching this stuff go down. And I'm not saying to not watch it. I'm just saying be aware that it will affect our psyche negatively. But then again, there's some people that it's not going to, because they just look at it differently. So, but there's that. I want to talk about the town hall meetings that have been happening that I've been seeing. What's odd to me, and I was seeing more of them like a couple of months ago, where these town hall meetings would happen, and it would be like a mayor of some county or something to that effect. And what it seemed to be happening was they would be giving talking points or informing the audience how things are going to go. And it's the same things that we've heard Trump say, how things are going to go. But the audience has been not just listening in, but like booing and disagreeing. And even if they are quiet for a while, somebody will ask a question and they'll get grand applause. Like, the reason I'm bringing this up is because I get the impression that they're really wanting to be heard and that they're really disagreeing with the message that they're receiving. And I haven't so much heard this lately, but before, like a month or so ago, these audiences would be accused of being Democrats when they're in fact conservatives, okay? And they weren't taken kindly to being called Democrats. They weren't taking it kindly that they were accused of being bussed in and Democrats. I thought that was just hilarious. But it seems like that's just how it's been going down. And I don't, I mean, I don't know if town hall meetings have always been this way, because I just don't know, you know? I mean, is that how town hall meetings go? That you're the mayor or whoever of your district, you go to a town hall meeting and they just inform you how things are going to go, and these are things that you might not have voted on, or maybe you have. I mean, I'm not sure. This is quite striking to me and concerning to me, because at some of these town hall meetings, if somebody booed or shouted out a disagreement, the consequences were horrendous. Okay, some people were dragged out. Some people were tased with a tase gun or whatever. Some people were just picked up and taken out of the place, you know, and it's just been like, wow. I don't know what to think of it, you know. Just been wow to me. Natasha says it's weird that you have only 2 political parties. You know what? I've heard this from many people of other countries besides the United States, and you're right. It is weird, but it's all I've ever known. You know what I'm saying? It's and I know it could be different, but I still have to educate myself to know what it would be like to have more than that, the 2, you know? And I do think that I don't think that we were pitted against each other as much as we have been at this time over, say, the last 10 years or so, which is something that, you know, I would like to encourage us to not buy into that, you know, that we have to be enemies if we think differently politically. Okay. I don't think that's necessary. And I think it's strategic for us to have this mindset of, if you don't think the same way that I do politically, you know, I'm done with you, or I'm no longer your friend, or, you know, I no longer listen to you. We have, you know, it's pretty big. And I think that's pretty dangerous to pit us against each other. And it might even be, you know, think about this. Could that be a distraction? Could pitting us against each other, whatever side you or middle you're on, could that be a strategic move to distract us from really paying attention to what could actually be going on? Something to think about. You know, this weekend, August the 16th, 2025, there was some, I believe, protests that happened for against politics in the way that it is today. So in June, on June 14th, there was a No King's Day, and there was thousands of people that shown up all over the United States on No King's Day, and even in other countries. And the message was that we didn't want a king, and the message was that that's how Trump was being viewed, as though he was behaving in such a way of a king. So there's been that. And looks like somebody's joining me. And it is our Natasha. Yay. Hello, Natasha. How are you? You are muted. Can you
I'm
unmute
muted.
yourself?
I'm muted. I'm muted myself. Hello,
There you go.
Linda and everyone. How you doing?
I'm just doing the show, talking about
Yeah,
how much we've been pitted against each other.
yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Like here we have three major parties, and like I am with the Orange Party, some conservative parties in Ontario, and the country. It's liberal, and everybody gets along.
You know what? That's amazing. I like that part. And everybody gets along. That's really cool.
Well, our new prime minister is pretty good to get everybody on board, and he's taking care about the natives too, big time. If the
First
natives
Nation.
say no, yeah, yeah, we call them the natives here,
Okay.
and that's how they want to be called.
Okay.
And if they are not on board, they discuss and everything, yeah, and they get benefits and everything.
I like that. It sounds like the prime minister is recruiting people or the people into his vision, and
Yeah.
they are in agreement with it. Like it's something that they can agree with.
Yeah, and we have workers coming from other countries too, and yeah, we have lots of agreements with other countries, and yeah, it's going good.
Yeah.
So, I'm sad that it's so bad for you, but we have to survive too. We were depending on the states, you know.
Yeah. Any,
All our oil, the gas was going to your country. Now we're going to South Korea and Japan.
okay.
LNG, yeah, because we are really clean. Our electricity that makes all that is all hydro. It's all the rivers, the
Okay.
dams. So everybody likes that. Like in Europe, they're really hard on that. You know, you have to have the more clean stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
in South Asia, they are like that too. Yeah, and
Let's see.
China really like that too. They start to be like that too.
Jay left a comment. Just like many of us were born JW, we were born into a world that we don't agree with when we were born. I don't remember signing a contract to pay
No,
anything else at birth. Yeah, there's a heart in the middle and covering up one of the words. But yeah, we're finding ourselves in situations that we did not necessarily sign up for.
no,
And, um,
no.
it's really concerning, you know.
It is. It is. It is. Uh, I'm talking to you like I'm gonna tell you like it is. The rest of the world are looking at the U.S. and see that it's a dictatorship.
They're looking up.
It's a regime. It's a regime.
It's a regime,
Yeah, it's a
a
dictatorship
dictator,
regime.
a dictatorship. Yeah, and
Yeah,
I'm
that's how
seeing
the
it
rest
like
of
that
the
as
world
well.
is, you know.
I'm seeing it like that as well, and I didn't leave a totalitarian regime of an organization to find myself here in
Yeah.
the U.S. under a
Yes.
different totalitarian regime that um, actually wants to be a theocracy.
Actually, it's harder to get out of a country than the religion.
You think so?
Yeah.
You think it's wise for me to leave the
If I
U.S.?
was you,
Okay.
I would try, because I don't think there are gonna be any elections anymore. So that
That
I
is
don't even
something
know
that,
if you're gonna have some in November,
yeah, that's something that
because
has been talked about.
yeah, I know that Governor Newsom in your state wants to counteract that, Texas.
Yep.
But I don't know. I don't know if he's gonna have elections anymore. I don't know.
I don't either.
In my view, California should leave the states and go by itself.
Yeah, I it makes me wonder, could this kind of do that? Could this kind of break up the U.S. in different areas? Um,
Washington should do that too.
it's it's really, really
Because
concerning to me.
right, what he did to California, it's really horrible. Like take the National Guard, uh, militarize them, whatever what they did to the girls there. I don't know the names of everything. I have a short-term memory for the names and stuff. But what he did, he took people that used to take care of people, and he took them to, to go hunting people that did nothing wrong.
Yeah. When people are here undocumented, it's a civil
Yeah.
offense. It's not criminal. It's civil. But some
They
people
took
consider it
Canadians. They
criminal.
took Canadians. They took a woman that was working in the States. She's from New Zealand. They took her, they detained her, and she's still detained with her 6-year-old little girl.
I don't remember that one. I can't.
Oh,
That's
that's new.
devastating.
That's new. That's new. She's still detained. It's
Okay.
been more than 10 days now.
Okay. Um, Today I was reading about a gal that was evidently Korean and
Oh my
came here
goodness, my friends are Korean here.
came here from Japan because of the one child restriction, and they want to deport her to Korea. I don't know why all of that is, but her and her husband own some restaurants and stuff, and
Ah,
the article when you only hear so much information, it makes it sound like they've been here and just trying to not go by what the process is. But the more articles I read, the more I kept seeing the term, what is that when when a case doesn't go the way you want it to go, you do something so another court will listen to it.
you go to appeal.
Appeal, that's it. So it seems that she's gone through a few appeals, maybe 1, 2, maybe 3. It appears to me that she came here for asylum and that they told her no. So she's been appealing that. And she went into one of the court cases that she was supposed to go into. So sometimes a judge will set things up to where, okay, you can stay here, just check in, once a year or every 3 months or something.
Yeah.
I've heard of situations like that. So that could have been the case for her. Or I've also heard that ICE can send out an email and act as though they are the court and have them show up. And it's
Oh yeah, and they get them
it's
right after.
yeah, it's a lie. It's an outright lie that they get to legally do that. And then I'm also hearing that somebody would show up at a court case that was scheduled, and then the case that they've had going, which is, there's a process. It takes time to go through each step. It could take, 3 to 20 something years. So in the midst of this process, the judge just closes it right then and there. And I don't quite know why, but that seems to be the case on quite a few people.
Oh my goodness.
So then they're really like vulnerable, and they go into the hallway, and their ICE is right there to pick them up. And there's a whole lot of non-answered stuff. Students that are in college,
Students, yeah.
their student visas are just like X-made, like they have to go home right now. It's not.
And you know how much they pay to go to the university in your country? It's really expensive. It's more than here.
Yes,
And
that's where
we have good universities too, but
that's where the universities really make their money. When local people go to the universities, they get grants and stuff, or they have more access to those things. But foreign students that get their visas are paying full price. So is getting rid of these foreign students making it to where the university isn't going to have as much money? Makes me wonder,
Yeah.
Because yes, they get funded federally, partially federally, but
the farmers have nobody to pick up the fruits and nothing. Work in the field, to pick up the fruits. It's Mexicans that used to do that. We have a contract with Mexico, and they send us people, and it's always the same that goes to the same farms every year. So everybody knows them in the villages, and they have to see them coming and see you next year, and
Okay, so it's like, oh, it's that time of year again. Oh wow,
yeah,
a contract. See,
and they make sure that they have produce from their country to eat.
Wow.
At the local store. Yeah. That's since I was young, it was like that.
John says the country has gone the wrong way while we think it's going the right way. Okay. John, that is the most brilliant thing I've ever heard you say. Because I agree with it.
I can't read what did he say?
And then his next comment is to you, which I have to let it go up a little bit because it's behind that little heart. See, I never even knew that Canada has a contract to have Hispanic people go up there and do that.
Yeah.
I never even thought of that to be a possibility. Wow. Wow. Wow.
And they are normally that they don't that they get already paid, like they come back home with money,
Yes.
for their family. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I remember when there was a portion of Los Angeles that was on fire for days.
Yeah.
I guess about 3 months ago. And Mexico sent us fire people, from Mexico. And that was very helpful,
Yeah, we have them too. They come here too. We had lots of forest fires up here.
I think it's really amazing when certain countries go through certain things, and other countries will send somebody or others to help them
Yeah,
in that time.
we have lots of Australians coming from forest fire for forest fire
That's
too,
right.
because it's the opposite season there.
Okay.
So when they need us, we go, you know,
Yeah.
and they come when we need it.
Yeah. It's very trying times, and at the same time, it I'm just without words, because it seems that I never seem to know which way is up with the way things are on a constant basis, and it's so many different things being thrown out, thrown out, thrown out. But since the Epstein files were
Oh my!
promised to be released, and
Well,
then
he's
now,
on it since the beginning. We know that for years that he's on it.
right, that's 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 been the assumption, yes, and yet I think that has him scared. I think that has Trump scared. So it's affecting him more so than other situations, and
I think that if it continues, they're gonna get rid of him, and they're gonna put Vance, and I don't think that's gonna be better.
I can't imagine how they would get rid of Trump. And the reason I say that is because I don't picture him
Leaving
leaving.
the White House, he wants a
Yeah,
ballroom. Yeah,
no, I don't. Yeah, I don't. I just can't imagine even dragging and kicking. Yeah, and Vance,
yeah, yeah. I don't know, but if it's Vance, it's not gonna be better.
right? Um,
That's what I want to say, but I don't. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to get rid of Trump. I mean, the guy, it's his house. He was on the roof of his house and telling everybody, the journalists, that it's mine. It's all mine. It's all mine. Jeez. Yeah.
and then he has, or I don't know who, but somebody said it was okay for um, what's her name to be taken to a different holding prison place. Um, that assisted
Yeah.
Epstein, the
Yeah
atrocity.
the woman that was recruiting the young girl. She was recruiting for him,
She was,
and
yeah,
she was grooming them to please
yes,
the
yes,
man.
she was.
You know that
Okay,
she in the prison she is now. It's minimum security, and they've even courses with the college girls.
really?
Yes, it's a college town.
Oh, wow. Okay. The
Why do
comment
you think you want to go there?
that John was making to you was, Natasha, the two political parties are the uniparty, uni party. They are the same. Okay. I'm. I don't see that, but he maybe, yeah, I'd have to look at it a different way. And then Yvonne's in the house. Hello, Yvonne. She says, I always keep some spare meds in my bag first in case I'm delayed. Some medications need to be kept at a certain level in your blood, and you could quickly become ill. Yep, that's right.
Yes.
John says the Epstein files was Trump's big mistake, also another distraction. Yvonne says,
Yeah.
in the UK, you can have up to 12 parties in an election era, uh, including the monster raving loony party, just to something
Yeah.
choice.
We
She's
have
laughing.
more than three, but we have three principles, you know? Like the Green Party, they have just one that was elected or two this year. So they don't do much. No, they had more than two. They had three, four. Yeah.
You
And we
know,
have the Bloc, that's Quebec. So
I'm
there's at least five, yeah.
I'm thinking about how John said it's a distraction, which it's not settling well with me what he said. Even though I can understand why he said it. So, but in my head, this is something that we've anticipated for years, for these to be released, this information to be released, and it was
Yeah.
supposed to bring down the evil um, left, and the people were really looking forward to, taking down the deep state, and then for it to not happen is just like the guy from January 6th with the horns and his face
Yeah.
painted different. Like, he's pissed, okay? He's pissed at Trump.
All the people at the insurrection, they all pissed. They're
I
all
don't know.
pissed.
I don't know if they all are, but the pushback is, has been from a lot of people that have been loyal to Trump, and so yeah,
That's
there's
why I don't
a
know
lot of things that are being.
how he's gonna get out of. I don't know how he's gonna get out of this one.
I don't either. I don't either, and I am concerned. To be honest, I'm concerned with his safety. I don't care for the man. He scares the crap out of me, but I'm actually concerned about his safety right now. And the last thing I'd ever want is for his safety to be, I'm concerned because he's already had a few attempts, right? So
I know about one.
there's been two.
I didn't know.
Yeah, there's been two, and they were both Republicans, which seems strange, but that makes me think, why would a Republican do that? I mean, and I pictured these Republicans as somebody that voted for him and were loyal to them. So to me, it almost seems as though, and I'm just talking off the top of my head, opinion at the moment, it almost seems as though somebody recruited them into something that sounded really great, and the next thing you know, they're doing an assassination attempt, and that isn't what they were turned on. Like, that's not what they thought they were going to be getting into. Like, something had to have happened to them
But
to be
look,
loyal, and then doing
all
that.
all the red states, they are all attacked because they have nobody to work in their farms. They are losing. Some are losing their farms.
Yeah, and that's really tragic.
Who's getting advantage of that?
I don't know. It's really tragic how that's turning out, and it's heartbreaking, actually, because
But Trump would tariff to everyone in the world except Putin and North Korea. I mean,
yeah, it is a bit. Why
yeah.
is he attracted to those two? he had Putin come meet with him in Alaska. I believe it was yesterday or the day before. And
Yeah,
I also heard that Alaska used to be part of the SS. You are?
yeah. It was
I,
yeah. It was sold for almost nothing back in the days. They
and
sold
that,
it to USA for almost nothing.
oh, wow. So,
Yeah, I think it was 30,000 or something like that back in the days.
and Putin's goal is to bring back the USSR as it was before, to get that
Yeah, with
land back.
Alaska.
Yeah. So I have not heard anything yet about that visit or what happened
And
there or anything.
Trump wants Canada because we have lots of natural resources here. Lots. We have more than 60% of all the critical minerals, to make cars and everything electronic and stuff. Yeah. Rare earths.
It's just I don't understand. So I don't know enough history to know that if this is like a normal thing to do. Yeah, I want Canada. They should be the
All the
50%
north,
state. Like,
the north
is that
of the country is working on our electricity from our rivers, and we sell it to you like for less than we pay.
and that's like in the Minnesota area, Michigan kind of area there. Is
It's
that
by Quebec, by Ontario, by BC, where I am, yeah,
okay?
Manitoba.
Okay.
Alberta send the oil.
It 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 appears to me that Trump is isolating us from the rest of the world's
He
countries,
does.
and
He does.
coming from
And
a cult that's else that
we have
part of that is dangerous. You know,
we have a we have a big problem here because other countries want our gas too, or petroleum. Like, yeah, some countries want it because
yeah, it's
we
really
and they don't want to buy it from Russia. They prefer buy it from us.
yeah,
And LNG too. Yeah.
and I don't think people. I think there's still a misunderstanding amongst some people as far as how tariffs work. When Trump says that he's putting a percentage on a certain country, it sounds as though he's fining them, making like.
Yeah, but no, it's you that are paying tariff. It's you. You are
Yes,
paying the tariff.
that's correct.
It's a tax on you. It's a tax on your people.
Correct. When the ship shows up with the goods from whatever country it came from, the tariffs are something. It's a tax that we pay for if we ordered
Exactly.
the thing. So
And
if
at
Trump
first, the
put it
companies had lots. They took lots of ships, okay, to hold it for a while. But now it's coming low, and you're gonna have to pay the price.
right, he had mentioned that this was about maybe 4 months ago, that little girls don't need $30. 2 or 3 are good, or something like that. And I think that was a preparation for Christmas or whatever. Might not have as many toys this Christmas coming up or the Christmas after as they've had before.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was kind of interesting. What I am pleased with is Gavin Newsom, which I know people have had issues with him, including myself. When Trump was talking about Texas, you know, he says, I
Yeah.
need 5 seats, which is what he did before with Georgia. Like, I need this many votes. He just is like, get it for me. And Gavin Newsom is just like, okay, if Texas is going to do that,
We're gonna do the same.
we're going to do it too.
Yeah.
And so he's pushing back on Trump. And many people have been too scared to push back.
Yeah, he's
So-
the only one.
Now he started. I think other people are going to push back as well.
Do you
And-
know that just California is just California, just the state is in the 10 first country with the most money in the world.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, in the 10 the California is in it. Just California, not the states.
Okay.
California is giving to the other states the money because all the right states
Yes.
need the money from California.
That's true. That's very true. And I'm glad that we do that. You know, if the other states need it, we make sure that they get it. You know, I'm glad that happens.
I
With
think
our-
he's the best one to hold it against him because of the rich is California.
You think what did you say?
And
You think
and it's rich because there's lots of different races right here.
different nationalities and stuff? Yeah.
Nationalities, yeah.
It
Sorry,
does
sometimes it doesn't come right in English.
it appears to be an ethnic cleansing. And then okay, so I started thinking yesterday, a matter of fact, okay, so Trump wants to do a census in the middle of a 10-year. Usually it's done on the, every 10 years.
Every 10
but he
years?
wanted it done in the middle.
You have to- Oh yeah, he wants to clean. Yeah,
So there's always been an accusation that Democrats or the Democratic Party has won because of illegitimate votes or undocumented people voted, right? So I'm wondering if could getting rid of the people that they've gotten rid of be an attempt for them not to be counted during this census in the middle of the decade that they're trying to do. It makes me wonder. I hope I'm making sense.
yes, I understand.
And I just it's terrifying. To me it's still
It is.
terrifying because
It's not my country, but you are the neighbors, and we used to go there, but not now. Almost every Canadian are banning your country because it's too dangerous.
oh yeah. There was a guy that was a Canadian that has recently been held.
Yeah.
Good looking guy.
Well,
Nice.
the lady with the little girl, the 6 years old girl, she's still detained after more than 10 days. She came from Canada,
Yeah.
but she's from New Zealand. Yeah,
I have to look
she had
that
a
up.
permit and everything.
When ICE can do more things or get away with more things than an ordinary police person can, it's very disillusioning. It's very
Is
It's-
militarizing militarizing
Yeah.
Washington D.C.
Right. Yeah. And the big beautiful bill um, is
The big
has got things set up to where it's putting a lot of money towards more ice. So
we call it the big ugly bill here.
yeah, a few people have a few special names here too. Um,
Yeah, we have other names too. I don't remember.
the they got rid of like U.S. aid, and that was like if you picture a pie chart, it was like a very small slither, and
Yeah, and Noah and everything. Yeah.
many people have died because that got taken away. And
All the little girls in the camp that were taken by the river. That was in Texas, I think.
I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, a whole class that were camping by a river, but Noah was dismantled, so they didn't have and the river went up. But if Noah
That
could be
okay,
there
yeah,
to
that
prevent it, yeah, all
that
gone.
situation. The more I've read about it, it does seem like circumstances that Trump has done would have led to that. And it might have, but I've also read that the people that lived in that area, including the owner of that campsite, voted
They are
against
not
getting the
supposed to have
alarm.
a campsite that close to the river. Yeah, they are not supposed to.
So it had gotten flooded before, so they put up another camp a little bit higher up. Okay,
Yeah.
and that the camp owner, and who, by the way, himself died, unfortunately, and the neighbors didn't want to get the alarms for flash floods, and
There, there's more than one person that have bloods on their hands on that one.
yeah, so there was more to it, and it's truly tragic what happened there. Truly tragic.
But if they knew, they would evacuated. They had the time if Noah was in place. I think
There
it's
was
a reign of terror. He's starting a reign of terror.
okay. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, if somebody could keep us scared,
Yeah.
then we have what is
Like
called
Armageddon.
trauma bond.
Like Armageddon. Just like Armageddon.
Yeah. So we develop a trauma bond, and if we're always having that heightened state of fear, we don't think clearly. When we don't think clearly, we're more easily herded into the direction that we're being told to go in.
Manipulated, yes.
We're much more easily, yes, we are more easily able to be manipulated. If we're kept in a constant state of fear, which is exactly what the Watchtower did to us, and is exactly what I'm experiencing and many others that I know. But I noticed that those that are very loyal.
We are seeing that in your place because we hear about the news. We watch them not on the news channels. On some they talk about the big stuff, but I watch lots of my news on certain places on YouTube. Not everything. I don't believe in everything, but
right, me too.
Some have the right thing.
Yeah. Yvonne says if they don't let migrant workers in, then farmers' problems is that the produce rots and the price increases, which is true. That is exactly.
But the fruits are rotten on the trees.
Yeah, exactly.
Because nobody wants to go in the fields.
Yeah.
Did you hear what he said once? It's
What's that?
a little while ago. He said that Mexicans are made to physically made to work in the fields, and he hoped
Trump,
that
Trump said that?
yes, and he hoped that the black people from the country are gonna take their place now.
He hopes the black people will come take the place of the Hispanics
Yes, because
from
I
the
think he
fields.
wants to give back to. It sounds like slavery to me.
It's it doesn't seem thought out. A lot of times it just doesn't seem fully thought out. It seems impulsive, the things he'll say. Um,
Did
and
you
it's
see one thing that it was thought out that he said or that he did?
what's that?
Trump, he's not. He's a wannabe dictator. That's all he is, he's putting the fear in the country, and he's putting the country in the hole.
That's what I believe
It,
as
it's
well. But I've noticed that
it's
those that are loyal to
amazing.
him really think
It's
he's doing
amazing
a wonderful
how,
job.
how quick he's doing that.
Uh-huh.
It would
It's
take
very quick.
years to someone else.
Did you know back in the day, that guy with the little mustache used to say,
Yeah.
make Germany great again?
Yes, he did
That
it
was
in 5 months.
yeah. Yes. So I'm hearing historians make this comparison. Um,
Me too.
and I just hope that there's going to be enough pushback from
Yes.
people that can affect what's happening for that to not follow through. That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. And
I think the only one I see since the beginning, it's Newsom.
yeah.
The
Well,
first one that
I think Newsom got very, very mad when, Trump brought in the National Guards and then the
only
Marines. And Trump had
yes,
talked as though he had talked with Newsom, and as though Newsom knew it was going to happen, and almost as though Newsom was in agreement with him. But when Newsom explained the phone call, Newsom said that he did not bring up that subject at all. They were just shooting the breeze or talking, about anything but that. And then Trump gets up and says that like as though Newsom had been informed, which he had not been. And
no,
that's when I started seeing
Trump is
Newsom.
lying. Every time he's moving his mouth, he's lying. Trump.
He's known for that. Yeah, he's known for that. And
He's moving his lips, and it's a lie.
there were there was thousands upon thousands of documented lies from the last time he was president, and it's
Yeah.
really hard.
There was enough pushback at the time. That's
Hi,
why he
D
couldn't
Lightning.
do what he did now.
D Lightning says, "Morning, sweetie. Hope all is well. Thank you." Yeah, it's when I see
It's
those
crazy.
that are very loyal to Trump, it's very hard to watch because it reminds me of people that are loyal to the organization. Even when shown facts and inconsistencies, their loyalty even becomes stronger.
You know, some farmers that are losing everything, they still believe that Trump is the guy.
Yes, there are
He's
some
gonna
people.
help them.
Hmm.
I
It's
heard
like,
that I heard that today. Some they think that he's gonna save the day.
right, right. So um, that's falls under a sunk cost fallacy where um, people have invested a lot into a group or a person. It's
Yeah,
cheaper to keep her. You've heard that term. It's cheaper to keep her, meaning the wife,
yeah,
rather than
yeah,
leaving the wife.
yeah.
It's cheaper to keep her. That
Sometimes
kind of
it's
thing.
cheaper to kill her too. Sometimes than divorce,
Yeah.
which is another thing that yeah.
There's something's got to give. I noticed. So what's her name? Oh gosh, I had her name and I can't think of it. Anyways, this gal from 10 years ago, I believe 10 years ago, 2015. Um, when marriage licenses were available to all the United States for same-sex couples,
Yeah.
she's in the news lately today. And Wildwall is here. Welcome, Wildwall. Welcome. How are you?
Hey, Linda, I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Pretty good. I'm glad you're here.
I'm glad to be here. I'm sitting here trying to get my dog out from underneath my foot.
Listen,
I'm in my office chair and he's trying to get up underneath my wheel. So a little distraction here. I had a couple of
that's all
things I
right.
wanted to say. Yeah. Natasha,
Thank you.
are you the same as the Natasha that's in the comments, the Natasha Gabriel or whatever it was?
What?
I see your name is Natasha Peters here. Are you the same as the Natasha in the comments that was Natasha Gabriel or something?
Natasha Garfield.
Okay, so you're one and the same then?
Yes.
Okay. Where are you originally from? Is it near Russia? Because of your
No,
accent and your huh?
no, Belgium.
Belgium. Okay. How did you get to Canada? Was you able to go there on your own or did you have to fill out paperwork?
It's I was 13 years old. We had to pass. It was in 1981 with my family. We had to pass a complete medical test to everybody,
Yeah. That's what I thought.
and my father had to have a job that was in demand.
There you go.
But
Yeah.
but he was helped by Jehovah's Witnesses because I was abused. I was victim of CSA from birth, and I was starting to talk to worldly people at school. So they started to they tried to save me
Mhm.
because I was beaten too pretty bad, and they got me out. We were hiding for 3 months in Belgium in a little house, and we were moved like really quick.
I know you've spoken of your father as the bio father as your abuser. So am I right?
He was beating me, but the abuser still in Belgium, still a J-Dub.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is another abuser. Am I hearing you correctly that some people that were abusing you were going to get caught, but the organization helped you not remain there so that
Yeah,
it couldn't go all the way through legally? Like that was part of
exactly.
why you went to
And
Canada?
yes, and my best friend, I lost contact with her from Belgium.
Right.
And as soon as I had Facebook, she contacted me like 2 days after. In the 2 days that I had Facebook, she contacted me. She said, I looked every week since I had Facebook. And we contacted again, and it was like when we were young, nothing changed. She came to see me when I turned 50. In 2018, she turned 50 the same month, and she came
That's
to
so
see me
beautiful.
Belgium, in British Columbia, which is the Pacific, so it's far away.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't have friendships
I'm
like that
sorry,
with
Wild
you.
Wall, but what I was hearing just now, I haven't heard. Like, this is, you know how when you hear somebody's story and there was more pieces of the puzzle that gets brought
Yeah.
to the table? That's what I was hearing, more pieces of the puzzle just now.
Oh,
So
Oh,
thank you for letting
okay.
me interrupt you, Wild Wall. Please
that's
go
no
ahead.
problem. Yeah, Linda, that's sort of like when you found out about Grow that lives up in Canada, and that's what her employment was. Neither one of us knew that, but it made perfect sense why she was so knowledgeable on that. And
Yes, I remember that day. I'm like,
yeah,
whoa, no wonder. Whoa.
and that's why I was questioning Natasha. Was her family had to go through some routines to get into Canada. They couldn't just up and show up there. So that's
Right.
what I'm saying. That's why Trump got in the position he was, is that under the Democrat watch, under Biden, so many were crossing that border. Something had to be done. And I'm not pro-Trump.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know about that.
yeah.
That's
Something had to be done. And
the
here's
South was bad. Now they come here. They
yeah.
come
And
up here.
that's what me and Linda found out. Grow was telling us they were having similar things going on in Canada. So they've got a proper way to do it, a channel up there, but they have to remove them. But here's the thing I wanted to mention. Linda said earlier that it's not a crime, it's a civil offense. That's true for the first offense, but if you look it up under Google, if they come back again, once they've been removed, it automatically goes to criminal.
Yeah.
So a lot of them keeps like a revolving door coming to the United States. That's not going to keep going. You can't keep that going up. We can't keep footing the bill to keep sending them somewhere. So
But
that's why Trump.
but we don't accuse the United States that your people are trying to come up here. It's to us to stop them.
Yeah, you should stop the ones that's coming to your country. But here in the United States, we're stopping the ones that's coming across that southern border because they're not coming legally. That's what the whole word illegal means.
I know, but
yeah.
But they are arresting like people that are legal.
Well, you're not hearing the whole story. Some of them are legal citizens, but they choose to go where their parents when their parents ain't legal. And they're given the option. Do you want to go with your parents back to Mexico or whatever country it is? And they can still come back when they get 18 or whatever, and they got full benefits. If I understand it correctly, they don't lose their citizenship, but they don't want to bust their families up. So their parents has got to go because they're illegal. They're not legal. The kid could stay.
Why do they build like a what's that prison named Crocodile?
Alcatraz. Yeah.
Yeah, Alligator Alcatraz.
Yeah. Alligator Alcatraz. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and without me going down there personally, I hear good stuff and bad stuff from both the Democrat and Republican Party. I'd have to go to make a real good decision. I can only go on what they say, but I've heard on both sides they're fudging stuff, whether it's numbers or they're fudging how they're being treated. So I would want to go down there myself, but I can't really respond to that. But something had to be done, and Biden.
Oh yes,
yeah. President Biden did not do nothing to secure that border. And I'm an independent. I don't really like the far left or the far right. I can communicate more with the people that are center left or center right, because as John earlier said, it's basically, in my opinion, two wings of the same bird. You got the left wing, the right wing.
Okay.
And
Now
that's
I get it.
that uniparty.
Now I get it. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've heard that, you know, the farther right or the farther left wing, it's like they can touch and be the same thing.
There you go.
Now I'm getting it. Yeah, and like if it's here and here, it's not the same thing. But once it gets extreme, now I'm getting it. Okay,
Yeah.
now I understand. It's like light bulb went off and on top of my head, and I'm like, ding.
But
Again,
that's what we had to deal with.
We have some right extremists here, but
Yeah.
not to the point. But the other parties are usually the right are still in the middle,
Okay.
and the left is in the middle, and even the Orange Party that's here, it's kind of the middle, but they are more pro caring for people.
Okay.
Yeah, and I am with the one that is more pro caring for people here in BC.
And Natasha, do you lock your house at night or your car, your automobile?
I don't have a car, so no, I don't lock my car. But I live in an apartment. Yeah, I lock my door.
Why?
But
Why do you not just let
No, but my door on my balcony is open since I live here for 11 years.
Right, but there's a reason for you having a lock. You want people to come in when you invite them, right? You don't want just anybody to show up.
Like we don't want illegal immigrants either. We don't want gang members here. You know what I mean?
Right. So that's the whole thing I'm trying to make is we need a secure border. We can't just leave it open and let anybody come through. And so I'm just trying to explain why Trump got so much of a following is because he was the only one that was really pushing that. That's all he run on his main thing.
Yeah, but he went too far. He went too far.
Well, he went too far. That's why he got where he's at. Is because the other ones wasn't going far enough. I can tell you that right now. There's a lot of independents that voted for Trump that didn't want to. Trust me, they did not want to. But they knew the day's coming. We're going to have to do something. Crime was on the increase everywhere. If you want to look up something interesting, look at all the blue cities like Chicago and stuff that have real hard gun laws in the United States. Guess what? They've got the most crime and the most murders of any cities out there, even over the Republican ones. And don't take my word for it. Double check it.
That we know what's going on in the States, like above, like, you know, grossly, like not, but we don't have that many crimes, and we don't have the guns. You need a permit, and you are checked if you have a mental disease. If you have, you know, you're really checked to have your gun, right. But it's allowed to have guns. Like around here, it's bear country and grizzly country, so most of people have guns here.
Right. See, now that's another reason why Trump won. But because you seem like you understand about the gun issue, but do you know there's certain people in the United States that thinks nobody deserves a gun? Oh, you know, guns kill people. But like you said, there's bears out there.
There's some people in the United States that believe that. Say that again.
There's some people in the United States that don't think anyone needs a gun. That,
okay.
You know, they'll say stuff like guns kill people. We don't need guns. And yet what
Natasha like citizens? Are you talking?
Yeah, I'm talking
people, not guns.
Right.
Yeah. But anyhow, that's another reason why Trump got as many votes as he did, because so many people were getting so fed up with that down here in the United States about they couldn't have guns. There's certain ones that you've mentioned.
I don't think the U.S. has ever had a situation where they could not have guns. I agree with you that there are some people who choose not to have guns and would like it to where other people didn't have guns, but I don't think we've had somebody in a political position to be able to make bring into law something to the effect of where the citizens of the U.S. would not have guns. What I have seen is some restrictions. I have seen that maybe some tests can be done, but I have not. We know this. You and I both know this, Wild. Once we lose our guns,
we
are vulnerable. We are all, it's not wise for us to all lose the right to bear arms. But I have heard that there have been people in politics that have suggested that maybe somebody doesn't need 15, what they would call assault rifles. That's like above and beyond.
Like automatic guns that can kill in a school or in 15 people at a time.
That's
not allowed here.
Yeah.
Okay. It's
You-
not allowed.
Do you remember when the paratroopers jumped Israel and it got all over the news? Those people didn't have any weapons to defend themselves. Would that have been an instance where if they'd had an automatic weapon, they could have took them out up in the air before they ever landed and killed everybody? Do you agree with that?
I don't remember the story, but hearing what you're saying,
I don't remember the story either, but I don't agree. Do you know that in Switzerland they don't have an army?
if
They
we
don't have an army, but everybody goes to the military program when they are 18. They go back every 3 years or so, and they are the army. They are all armed in Switzerland. Everybody is. Every house have a gun, at least one. But they have no army, it's the people. Nobody wants to invade Switzerland.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure on that, but I just Googled, does Switzerland have an army? And here's what came back. This is straight from Google, and you can look it up on your favorite search engine. It don't have to be Google. But it says that statement is incorrect. Switzerland does have an army. It's a well-equipped and trained force operating under a militia system. While Switzerland maintains a policy of neutrality and hasn't engaged in foreign wars since the early 19th century, their army is maintained for national defense.
I understand, but it's not a big one. They train everybody. Everybody is trained.
And they should be.
Everybody's got a gun.
There you
Every
go.
house. But they have a small army. They don't have a big army like the U.S. You understand what I mean? But they go to training. Everybody goes training. Every citizen.
And I think that's a good thing. Yes.
And like I remember one day a client of mine when I was doing hair was talking about in Israel, everybody has to, sign up for the service. And it doesn't mean everybody goes into battle. Somebody who cuts hair could be part of the service and do hair. You know what I mean? Not some people might.
The same in Belgium.
It doesn't mean
military service was obligatory, and the JWs were going to in prison for 2 years because they didn't want to do it. 9 months of service, military service.
Yeah, and that's really
so at
too bad.
18, they were going from 18 to 20 years old in prison.
Yeah, as conscientious objectors. Yeah.
Yes.
From what I recall,
it's not like that anymore. It's not like that anymore. It changed that.
From what I recall, Wildwell just now saying a few minutes ago, and I haven't heard this story, but from what I'm wanting to revisit it, that there were some stormtroopers that showed up somewhere, and they were equipped with guns, but the people on the ground were not. And I believe the question was, if the people on the ground could have been equipped with a machine gun, wouldn't it have been a good idea for that person with the machine gun to be able to use it on the people that were showing up that were equipped with guns?
Depends why they want to go show up.
Am I understanding you correctly, Wildwell?
I didn't catch all that. I'm sorry, Linda. I caught part of it. My dog is sitting here nibbling on my foot. But what I was saying is,
mention it again for us.
Okay.
you brought up a fact and then you gave a scenario, right?
Okay.
In Israel? Was it in Israel?
Yes, it happened in Israel. Yes.
When?
Oh goodness. Let me check for the news story. I'd hate to give you a wrong date.
No, but was it a while ago or was it recent?
Oh, it's just been within the last couple of years. Let me see. I'll be pulling up the article while you guys and gals talk.
So D Lightning always drops by and says hi, and she hardly ever makes like actual comments. So I'm gonna mention D Lightning here. She made a few comments. We as a person needs healthy boundaries too. Unfortunately, the boundaries now keep the good out as well, and the need for control sucks the joy out of life. Boundaries, good or bad, won't keep the bad. Okay, next, out. Won't keep the bad out. It also stops the good from entering. Very good point. Lightning is also going on to say when America, and by the way, she's like, I believe like in England or the UK or someplace. When America was open, many Europeans invaded, moved in, most for a better life. Soon greed and control kicked in. This happens always. Boundaries, healthier or not, will not stop disrespect. Very good point. And I believe what that time frame she's talking about is not recent, but earlier at the time of maybe colonization. And if I'm wrong about that, D Lightning, please correct me with a comment. And Yvonne says, we have the same problem in the UK. We had migrant fruit pickers who would start at the south and move north with the harvest, now not allowed in the country. Oh, wow. Okay. That's the UK. And D Lightning, I believe when we all live by dignity, respect, and civility, most boundaries become invisible or ever, it's behind that little heart, needed.
There are a lot of Muslims in England, as in Belgium, as in France. Lots of Muslims, and they want to get the power in Belgium. They almost got it. Because there are really many of them.
In like 20 Muslims, as far as
no, I mean
are the fastest growing nationality.
Not
statistically.
Yeah, no, it's
okay.
lots of extremists in Belgium. Yeah, no, because I respect Muslims. I had friends. No, I'm not.
Right.
I'm totally. My best friends here are Korean. I had Muslims as friends when I was in Quebec. I had all nationalities. My friend from Belgium, she's half Belgian, half Peruvian. So,
and I believe the organization supported that for us as well. You know, to not only be inclusive in friendships for different nationalities, but to look forward to it in the new system as well. Like we were looking forward to being all these different cultures living together in harmony. That was part of the paradise, thing. But where I'm going with this is that because it's such a fast-growing nationality, Caucasians or the white man will become the minority. And I believe that there's a bit of a panic that might happen, that might be the result. And I'm not just saying this about any white person. I'm saying somebody in the higher ups are going like, oh, hell no, we can't have that. And so there's a lot of encouragement to have more white kids, and we might even see some more very obvious eugenics kind of talking to promote the birth of Caucasians. We might see that. I'm just saying. So I'm just putting that out there. That's a possibility. I'm not saying that is what's going to happen, but it seems like, you know how the pendulum goes back and forth kind of thing. It seems like a strong possibility. Trying to think of her name. Okay. Something Davis, this one gal Davis, I forget her name. Kim Davis, I think. Let's see here. Kim Davis. Okay, yes, it is Kim Davis. So Kim Davis has been in the news lately. And I think, okay. Natasha got knocked off, but here she's back again. Well,
I knocked myself out.
Welcome back.
so you got to turn off the background. You're too funny. I knocked myself out. So Kim Davis, if you remember. Natasha, can you turn off your YouTube? Okay, so Kim Davis is somebody that showed up like in 2015, and when it became legal for those of same-sex couples or anybody of the LGBTQ to be legally married, where she worked, she would be giving out the marriage certificates. She would need to sign for these marriage certificates. She is United Pentecostal, and that went against her conscience. And so there was that. So there was all that going on. And now she's back in the news because there's been appeals going on all this time. But what's going to be brought up as well is that they're trying to get it to where the legality of same-sex marriages or of the LGBTQ to get married, they're going to try to take that away. And they'll be using her and that case to bring that about. That's what I was going to talk about. And let's see. Usually Yahoo's will give a pretty good definition, or let's see here. I'm going to read this. Can you mute?
It's been a long time that it's legal in Canada, all over.
Yeah.
I know that lots of U.S. citizens came here to get married.
Yes. You need to turn off your YouTube. Or close that.
Should I get out and come back?
Maybe.
Because my YouTube. Yeah, okay. How do I get out?
Or else I can mute. Okay.
Hey, Linda. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. She's going to.
Okay. Before I forget it, I found that article that you and Natasha was asking me about. This will probably refresh your memories because it made the news on every news station. It was the October, and you can Google this real quick. It's called the October 7th attack on Israel. It's when over 1,000 and something Israelis and foreigners were killed, slaughtered by those paratroopers and paragliders. And it was 2023. So it hadn't even been 2 years yet.
It's October 7th. Okay.
Yeah, and you'll see the images or you'll see a little, but that's what I was referring to. That was the attack. And they slaughtered all them people at that one wedding. And, there was 2 Israelis that had weapons and they fired back and took some of them out. But if everybody would have had a gun, those guys would have never landed on that soil. They would have it'd been like shooting birds up in the air, but they were not equipped. They were not ready for it, supposedly. And that's what happened. And you can look, it was basically, I think, right at 2,000, if I got my facts and figures correct. Anybody's welcome to look up the story real fast, see, but it was well over 1,000 between the Israelis that got killed plus the foreigners that was there visiting and in Israel. It was horrible. And I mean, like I say, it made every news station. It was top news for quite a while. And all that a lot I could think of is those people were equipped like those two Israelis. They could have fought back. They could have at least protected themselves.
Yeah. She stepped out and she'll come right back. But I'm going to open up I just looked this up and I'm going to open it up. So how about, let's see here. Al Jazeera. I'm going to try this here. And I like to do an automatic, what do you call it when you highlight everything and copy it? I can't tell you how many times I'm halfway through an article and it's like, you have to subscribe to read the rest of it. Okay. So this has a small thing talking about it. On October 7th, Al Jazeera's investigative unit carries out a forensic analysis of the event of October 7th, 2023, the day that transformed the politics of the Middle East by examining hours of footage from the CCTV dash cams, personal phones, and head cams of dead Hamas fighters. The I unit reveals widespread human rights abuse by Hamas fighters and others who followed them through the fence from Gaza into Israel. But the investigation also found that many of the worst stories that came out out of the days following the attack were false. October 7th is a deep dive into events that led to the deaths of tens of thousands of people, the significance of which will be remembered for decades. This looks to be a bit of a blurb that would get us ready for some kind of a documentary that they've put together. So that's what that sounds like they've put together a documentary for this. And forensic analysis on, I'm going to step out of this one. But
yeah, because there's a lot of different various articles that's relating to that October 7th. That one sounded like they were going further into it because this is why they supposedly invaded Gaza and all that, because of what happened on October 7th. You know, that the major altercation that's going on over there, even as we speak right now. And you know how many people turned against Israel because they thought they were going above and beyond what they should have. But it all started right here on October 7th. There was stuff way previous this, but this is the biggie right here. That is why Israel supposedly launched their major offensive attack.
And Natasha is back.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello, you have your video on. I like what you have on your head. I think that's pretty.
Thank you.
So I opened up Human Rights Watch because Wildwall suggested we look into what he was talking about earlier. And what he was talking about earlier, when those stormtroopers showed up equipped with guns, but the people on the ground were not necessarily equipped to handle that situation at the time, we've come to realize he was talking about October 7th. That horrible
What
day.
year? What year?
I believe it was 2023 is what I just read a minute ago.
Yes, October 7th, 2023. So, Natasha, it hasn't even been 2 years yet. This October would be 2 years because of 2025.
Yes, but it's a game that's playing for decades and decades and decades since the World War II. They gave their country to Israel. And Israel is in Palestine. You know what I mean? It's a game that you have to be two to play that.
It's pretty
And
heavy.
it's
It
both,
is. It's very
both
heavy.
both sides have their. That's why Canada now and France, they declare that we recognize that they should have two countries, Palestine and Israel.
Wouldn't
Back
that
in the days, back in the days they used to live side by side and being okay.
yeah,
They
historically I'm
eat the
not
same
familiar with
stuff.
that,
You know,
but
they
I
eat the
believe you.
same stuff. They don't eat the same stuff. It's exactly, yeah.
Definitely different
It,
cultures.
Yeah.
And it
yeah,
would be
but it's based on the same. It's the same basis. I mean, yeah, the Quran and the Bible. It's the same basis. That's what I meant by that.
Yeah.
They don't
hey,
eat pork. They don't. You know,
did you
they
Wild Wall, are
they
you gonna
kill
read
the.
from an article?
Yeah, I've got a few articles here I'm looking at right now. But before we continue, we were talking earlier about Trump, and Natasha says yes, but he went too far, which I do agree in some instance. But Linda, would you mind reading what D Lightning posted there? She's telling you something about over there in Britain and in the UK area. This is very similar. What's going on in the United States is going over there. But notice what she says here, where it says, "I do see the frustration." Could you read that?
I went to open an article and I have to take a potty break. So
Oh, okay.
I'm saving this article that I opened up and I'll go back to the channel and I'm going to let you two talk amongst yourselves and I'm going to be back in a minute or two.
All right.
You're welcome to read that. I'm going to be listening in. You're welcome to read it, Wild Wall.
Okay, I'll read it.
And I'll be listening in and yeah, I'm just going to
You
turn
take
this
care of
stuff
nature,
off.
Linda. We'll keep the show going for you to get back.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. But anyhow, I really like what D Lightning put here. She says, I do see the frustration around me where immigrants get housing and funds while British struggle. I also see British abusing the system.
Yes.
Combine, you get more rules to try and control. I absolutely agree. Same things happen in the United States, but they start off trying to do something to curtail something, but then they go too far, both sides. And this
Yes,
is what we're seeing.
It's the same in Belgium. I'm not living there, but I have my best friend there, so I know what's going on. And Belgium is just across UK, so and we have the same problem.
Yeah.
They have the same problem. I don't consider myself as a Belgian citizen, even if I have the European passport. I don't live there. I can't even. I just know by my friend what's going on, and she's working in the healthcare, and lots of people try to abuse of that, and yeah, so lots of people are mad about at the immigrants because they try to take advantage of the system. And there's too many people and not enough to take care of all those people. So it creates really bad situations.
Yes, and to me, the worst sufferers is always the little children because they don't even know what's going on. They have no clue what politics is or anything. They just want to be like what we were when we were kids. They just want to have a family. They want to enjoy life and continue on. And yet, it don't matter what country it is. There's always someone that's trying to push their agenda or to take control. And it's always the innocent that suffer. I will say that.
I
irrespective.
agree with that.
Yeah, and irrespective if you're a Democrat or Republican or independent, there's so many innocent children out there that are really suffering.
Children, from wherever they come, children are children, and they're innocent. Exactly. What's going on in Canada is I lived in France for a year, or a long time ago, and what I saw is that immigrants are put in building like all in the same buildings, a little out of the city, and it makes them. That's where they start gangs and everything because they all live together and they don't have any advantages at the time. Huh? That was in 1989. That was I was there and I saw that. And Canada does stuff differently. We put people, immigrants. You want to live here? You're gonna have to go in the villages, in the small towns. We're gonna put you all over the place. We have some Koreans here. We have some people from India. In my small town, it's like a big village. We're 10,000. But in the winter time, we are 30,000 because the snowmobile and lots of tourism. So we are 30,000 in the winter because of the tourism.
Oh wow! So it triples in population there then during the winter. Wow.
Yes, and they keep building buildings, building hotels because there's so many people. All the hotels are full in the winter. And they just built 2 new ones and they're full all the winter. And in the summer, it's really popular too because we have trails, we have mountain bikes, we have, lots of stuff.
Yeah.
We have almost too many doctors. I can choose my doctor. I didn't like the 5 first ones, so I took the sixth one. It was my boyfriend's doctor. He said, try Dr. Amostam. And he's nice. I still have him for 10 years. Yeah. But, yeah. So they put immigrants like all over the place. So we have good restaurants with real cuisine from India, real cuisine from Korea. I have friends who are from India. One who is calling me, he's like my son. He's calling me all the time, like 3 times a week, because he had to move city, and he's in Kelowna now. And he said, as soon as my immigration papers, I have to work here for sometimes. And as soon as my immigration papers are filled out really good, he said, I'm coming back to Revelstoke. I love you guys. That is really nice. I mean, it's like, and my best friend here is Iris. She's a co-owner with her parents and her 2 sisters of the restaurant. They have another restaurant, but that's sushi and stuff. And yeah, she gives me a lift. We are more friends than It's really, it's a strong bond. Even if she's my daughter's age, I'm young at heart. I just started like I went there to eat and yeah.
Well, I like that you said. I think was it your son that's waiting on his immigration papers? Did I hear that right?
No.
Okay, someone you
No.
said
I consider him like a son,
Oh, okay.
but he's from India. He's tall guy. Yeah, I'm small. I couldn't make a tall guy like that. But he's so nice. He's treating me with the respect like if I was his mom, you know?
That's nice. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's calling me really often. And he will come back to stay his whole life in our village, in our small town, because a small town in the States, it's not the same as small towns in Canada. We are just 10,000, and in the winter, 30,000, like I said. Yeah.
That's a mass influx all of a sudden, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So I was here for COVID. It was so quiet. I said, "Oh, that's the Revelstoke I knew," because I came here 30 years ago, before the ski hill, before the staying places to go. How do you call snowmobile? We call that a sled. We call that sledding, but it's a snowmobile.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I learned to go do that because my boyfriend had two, and he lent me one.
Okay.
Welcome back, Linda.
Thank you for holding the fort, y'all.
You look a little more relieved.
I do, don't I?
Yes.
This is a look of relief.
When nature calls, you must answer. I found that out. It's like, yeah.
Especially the older we get.
Yeah.
That geriatric bladder of mine sometimes just does not wait. No, ma'am.
That's how I left last time. I tried to mute myself. I had to
good news
pee.
from Holland. Happy Heretic is in the house. Hello.
Oh, yippee!
So
I
you
like
read?
her.
I do too. Yeah, the Lightning. I hope to see you Tuesday as well.
Oh, I have to show her we have. Oh my goodness! With the new plan with Europe, we have a new alliance with Europe, and it's the first time that I see those in my little place, and it is made in her country, and it's the cookies from when I was young. I'm gonna show the package. She's gonna know what it is. Okay, I'm gonna try to hold it straight. Maybe in the light. Oops, I'm going.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Can she see that?
I can see it.
Yeah, it's made in her country, but it's made. We have some made in Belgium too. They
Okay.
are a little thinner, but it's the same taste. Yeah. Oh my goodness. So I bought that yesterday at the grocery store, and I said, "Oh my goodness, it's the cookies from when I was young."
Oh, that's awesome. It
And
brings
the
back good memories.
young guy at the till, he said, "Oh yeah, does it taste? It tastes good." He said, "I never saw that. We are the first one that come to my till and buy that." And I say, "Yes, it's new."
This is a
And
good example of being triggered with a good
and I
memory.
opened the bag, and he took one. He had a taste, just a little bite. He said, "Oh my goodness, it's good." And he took five. I said, "Take more." He took five of them.
That's too funny. Wow. Thank you for waiting for me, you guys. Wall, can you pick up where you left off, please?
Oh, yeah, we were talking about the October 7th invasion, correct?
Yes.
And about the weapons that was used and the ones that didn't have weapons. And And you've got to realize there was more than one or two different organizations involved. Hamas was one of them, and there was quite a few others here listed. But that was really kind of like the catalyst that was needed to start what some people assume is the war that a lot of people are wanting on both sides. And yet the innocent will always suffer, right? On both sides.
Can I ask you a question, Wildwell?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
So what I've heard you say so far is, these people showed up with guns, and then this group of people did not have guns. And if they did, don't you think that would have been helpful? My question is, the ones that didn't have guns, did they not have guns because it was against the law, or did they might not have brought them with them because it was a wedding, or you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that, but I do know that two of them that was in that local vicinity did have weapons, and they got killed as well, but they took out some of the invaders. So it would have been more of a fair fight, and there would still have been deaths on each side, but it wouldn't have been what I would term a slaughter one-sided. And see, that's what people are accusing Israel of doing now on the other side, of going into Gaza and just leveling communities and stuff. And anytime there's a war, it's always going to be bad. There's no good war. It's always going to be atrocities committed, and there's going to be people that are going to commit war crimes. And hopefully on both sides, they're held accountable.
Yeah, I do hope so. I thought that might have been your comment back from when I was talking about restrictions for gun owners, like the amount of guns and who could own a gun. I have heard of that. I have heard of people in politics suggesting that, like if somebody has a history of being having a certain kind of mental illness, and they might not qualify for having a gun or guns.
Exactly.
And if there's restrictions on how many guns people can have, maybe if they can have automatic weapons, it would be like limited to maybe, I'm just guessing off the top of my head, 4, rather than stockpiling like, I don't know, 30 to 40 of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but there again, you get onto a slippery slope, because who gets to decide how many is too many and how many is too little? I'll give you an example. Look how the United States and Russia bullies all these other countries. Why? Because they both got nuclear weapons. They get to decide who does and who don't get to have nuclear weapons. They can use that to their advantage. And they're going to use it in the guise of, well, if some of these other countries get them, they'll use them. What's the only country on God's green earth that's ever used atomic or nuclear weapons? Can you name it?
The States.
The United States. And when was that? Against Japan. 2 cities, innocent boys and girls and women got
Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Okay, but do you see where I'm going with this, Natasha? Why can the United States, it's already, we know, has used atomic and nuclear weapons, why are they allowed to dictate to these other smaller countries who can and who can't? You see what I'm saying?
And
I understand.
It's the amount of weapons that gives them the power.
There you go. There's where
Russia's got it.
Yeah,
Russia's got it.
Yeah,
Russia's got the bomb. The atomic bomb, and France got it.
Yeah, but you've got all these countries now that's got them, even India and Pakistan, and they still haven't used them against each other. But you know why? They know it's going to hurt each other. It's what they call mutual assured destruction. What the United States and Russia knew many years ago.
Because if you bomb them, they're going to bomb you.
Right, and it's going to be probably not many survivors left, if any. So let's apply that to guns. The ones with the most guns are the ones.
In Canada, we have all the uranium and everything. Yeah. But I don't know if we have the bomb. If we have it, it's really hidden, and they don't talk about it.
Mm-hmm. But apply that same scenario to guns. The ones with the most guns are going to make the most laws for everybody else, correct? Why should why should presidents and kings have their royal entourage follow them, the Secret Service and all that, and every one of them's armed, and yet the common person can't have one or two weapons to defend themselves? Our lives is every bit as worth as much as
I'm in agreement with you. I'm in agreement with 1 to 2 weapons. What I mentioned a few minutes ago was 15 to 30 machine guns compared to maybe 4. Mm-hmm. But I hear what you're saying. It's you're comparing it to like taking away one's power.
Exactly.
Yes.
The one with the most guns. And we learned this in the United States. Do you know why the Native Americans got wiped out? Who had the guns? The first ones here.
Exactly.
It's hard to go against guns with bow and arrows or spears and stuff like that. It can be done on a limited extent, but that's why I say this country, United States, was found on immigrants coming from other countries. But here's what changed. Look at my house, where my house sits right now, where I live. 50 years ago, it wasn't here. So people could come and go and walk anytime they want, right? There wasn't no boundaries. Now my house is here. So they're no longer welcome to walk across the same area because I now reside here. Same way with me. I don't go across to y'all's house or anything. So you've got to respect people's boundaries. And the time when there wasn't no house here, people would walk anytime they want to, and that's great. They had freedom and stuff. But now my family's here. I've got to look out for their welfare, for their safety, their security. And that's why I say the United States is going to have to defend its borders. It's going to have to secure its borders. So will every other country, because there is bad people out there that will take advantage of it. They will come in and commit crime and then escape scot-free if there's not something done as far as expelling stuff. And there is going to be people get caught up in this. Mark my words, there's going to be innocent people get caught up, but hopefully it will correct itself in time. But this is why Trump got where he is right now. People were so dissatisfied with the way the government was going, they were willing to vote anybody that would just promise change. And he did. He lived up to his word about trying to.
He promised a lot. And lots of people got bamboozled.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And that's why I say I'm an independent. But I knew that he was going to get it because of the way the situation was going. And I think there was better people than him or Biden in each party, in the Democrat side and on the Republican, but they were not going to get it because of the elites behind the scenes. The elites know who they can put in there and control the stock market, control everything. And when people talk about democracy or republic, the one thing they're forgetting is what we refer to as an oligarchy. That's what these elites are running. That's that's what's running the countries right now. So
yeah, exactly. It's like in Russia.
I want to share a comment.
In Russia, it's the oligarchs. The oligarchs are in power.
So this is a comment that Yvonne made. Trump bought a golf course in Scotland. He didn't like the look of the houses that bordered the golf course.
Excuse my
so
language.
He built a wall.
But he's cheating.
No illegal immigrants except for him. Not getting permissions illegal. So I just
he got caught cheating a few times. It's on camera. He's cheating. His caddies is putting the ball somewhere else.
Well, I think this is a funny comment, but it's also, some people have asked, are foreigners allowed to even buy things here in the U.S.? Like, is that even legal? Well, we do know that Trump puts casinos here and this country and that country and golf courses in different countries. So I think it might, we have to look more into it, or else I do. I don't think you have to be a citizen necessarily for the U.S. in the U.S.
How do you bankrupt a casino? How do you bankrupt a casino? He bankrupt 3 casinos.
I'm in agreement with you, Oddwall, with the points that you made. I'm very much in agreement with you about things needed to be done. And that's why Trump was voted for.
Okay, Linda,
And
let's
so,
flip that right around
but
real
I'm
quick.
not finished. I'm not finished
Oh,
with my
I'm sorry.
comment, sweetheart.
Okay.
So I'm in agreement with you on a lot of it. But then we were hearing Trump say that he wanted to put away the ones that have committed crimes. Okay. And
Mhm.
talked about he talked about the whole of them almost as being just a whole very wide, like they're all just bad people. Like Mexico is not sending us their best. They're opening up the nut house and sending them here. They're opening up the jails and sending them here. To me, that was really that was a fear thing to make us scared shitless, and it worked. But I think it was an over exaggeration, and I don't believe for 1 minute that the amount of undocumented people here are that way. I believe that out of let's say 100%, there could be 10 to 15% that are criminals, and that the other one have done criminal activity. Have they come over here undocumented? Yes, and like we talked about earlier, first offense might be civil, and you mentioned the second would not be. So I have to confirm that too. You know, you're probably right. But to me, in my mind, just a second, just a second, sweetheart.
If you're immigrant,
in my
you
mind,
should obey the law.
In my mind, the way that we're watching ICE show up, taking people the way that they are, is not what Trump said he was going to do. There's been too many citizens taken up. And you know what they're told by ICE?
Children.
You have no right.
Children.
It's incomprehensible how this is happening. It's turned out to be very different than what Trump said he was going to do, and I'm really upset about that. You know, it's like I'm just going to come over and have dinner with you, but then they show up and they stay the fucking night and another 4 nights, and then they take over your home and tell you how to do things. And what's your problem? You should not interrupt me. You know, I'm being dramatic as an example. I'm furious with that. I'm furious with that. It should not look the way it looks. How should it look? I don't have a true comprehension of how it should look ethically or whatever. I just know this is like, it should not be the way it is today, the way ICE is showing up with all the power and nobody around them have any. Nobody around them have any rights. Nobody.
And can I add something? We call it the Trump Gestapo because certain amount of them are Hispanic and they have masks and they arrest Hispanics that did nothing, that are respecting the laws and doing the process.
I missed what you said.
Are the Gestapo of Trump. That's why
you're saying Gestapo, that ICE is acting as the Gestapo of Trump?
Hitler Gestapo was people from like Belgium, France, the people in the country invaded that worked for Hitler. That was the Gestapo, the traitors.
Did they behave like ICE has behaved? Is that, are you making a correlation?
Yes.
That has happened?
Because there's a lot of Hispanic that want to keep the right to stay there, and they go nice. And they know where to find all the Mexicans.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about whether or not those that are undocumented have a right to be here. I'm not sure if I'm hearing you right, but I'm not buying into Trump trying to get us to believe that all Hispanics are fucking thugs, because they're not.
I don't believe that at all.
That's my argument. That
most of them, they're arrested and their families, they're working for generations.
True, and I'm not saying I'm against doing things the right way. I'm also saying, guess what? These people are like in the process of doing it the right way. And they're still
That's
getting
how it
treated
should
like
be
this.
done the right way, but they don't
Okay.
because they have a price for each head.
Okay, ICE, yeah. I hear what you're saying about that. It and I don't have all the details on that either, and it's not coming across.
They
It's
have a
terrible.
bonus for each head.
Yeah, I've heard of, just the
And
unhumanity.
that's how criminality and horror stories are made.
I believe they too are having problems with their psyche as well, or would be. It's just my guess. Anyways, thank you for letting me finish out my point, Wall. And I do appreciate you being on because you're bringing up stuff I'm not. You're bringing up more.
Yeah,
To the
and it's valid.
Appreciate that.
And it's valid. It's valid, Wild Wall. It's really valid.
What he brings up?
I understand your point.
Yes, it
And
is.
I respect it. I respect it.
Oh, okay. I'm glad to hear that. Did you hear what I said? What we both said right now, Wild Wall?
Yes, yeah.
Thank
I was
you.
listening, and I'm glad we got to have this conversation because that's the way we learn. We hear stuff from each other that we might, and that October 7th attack, that was all everybody talked about for a while. But look how quickly we all couldn't remember the exact date or something because there's so much going on in the world. And look at all these. Some people refer to them as distractions. I agree with what's going on with Trump or what's going on in the UK or what's going on in Canada. It's all these things going on. It's so hard to
What's going in Ukraine?
Oh, in the UK, Ukraine too with Russia and stuff. Yes, but
Yes.
There's so much going on. It's hard to keep it all straight, and it keeps us distracted or on what we should be focused on. And that's how even in the Bible it says to take out the rafter out of your own eye before you extract the straw of your brother's eye. If we could apply that, straighten out.
Just that.
Yeah.
Just that. Yeah.
Straighten out our own house before we help other countries. Get it right here first, then help others. Get our local community. Look how much stronger that would build our communities, our families, everything. Get it right, and then help other people. If you're in a plane, it's going down. If you don't put your oxygen mask on first, you're going to be useless to anybody else. So you got to take care of yourself first, then help others. And that's what is going so wrong in so many ways. Everybody's trying to help the other people, and they forget. Clean up around yourself first. Do that first, then you've got room to help other people, and it will usually go better in the long run.
I have heard that argument, and I totally get it. And then there's another part of me that's like, yeah, but there's other things going on too. I believe under the guise of what you just said. So I think I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. Oh, and
taking Medicare and Medicaid of millions of people is not going to help.
The statement that he's talking about is, clean up our side of the street first, or get our house in order first before we go.
I get it. I get it.
Common sense.
Trump is taking off Medicaid and Medicare for millions of people.
Right.
That's not helping.
But that statement of we need to be taking care of ourselves first,
yes, but
America first. It seems very logical and very common sense. And why wouldn't
that's what he promised? But that's not what he does. He promised that, but that's not what he does.
Cutting off everything we had going on is being presented as it's going to be a benefit, but I'm not quite convinced that it is. Is what I'm saying. Sorry for interrupting you, Wall. He's
taxing every American. I mean, not every American, because we are American in Canada. Every U.S. citizen. He's taxing you all.
Right, with the tariffs, yes.
That's what a tariff is.
Yes.
Because you can't impose taxes on another country. You are not their president. Nobody can do that.
Okay.
Okay, and since Trump rode in on this wagon about promising change and everything, what do you think we could do? Now, legally, he can't run again. This is his last term. He can't do it again unless, and here's the big unless, they can get, and don't put it past him, but they can change some stuff in the legislation and stuff to where he can run a third term, because at one point it used to be they could. And so if Congress can change it one way, they can change it again. Just trust me on that. But let's say he can't get that changed and this is his last term. What can we do if people are fed up with the way it's going right now? What would you like to see change? What would be the big criteria for each of us? What would be the most important for you? Trump run on securing the border and stuff like that. What would be the thing that would make someone else stand out? What would be the primary thing, in your opinion, that would make a good candidate, or would be the first thing you'd look for them to say? Either a guy or a girl, no matter what the candidate is, what would you want to hear the first thing they would prioritize?
What do I want
Are
to
you
hear from
asking
a
me or
candidate
me?
Yeah,
that's running for president?
yes. Since Trump cannot legally right now run again, what would you want to see the next successor promise or do? What would be the criteria that you would look for?
You know, something more democratic, so as opposed to not. So I don't have anything real clear with exactly what I want it to look like.
Okay. Well,
What I do know is that my rights have been taken away, and they're looking like they're going to be more taken away, and it's not okay. So I'm very big into human rights for myself and for you. Okay. I don't know how to say it. I don't like that there are some that get to be treated like crap, and that there's dehumanizing behavior that leads up to it. And then once they are disposed of, society at large has been convinced that they are just disposable. Like there's a big part of me that's going, that's not right. I don't want to see that again from whoever shows up again. Everything seems to be still Biden's fault. Get this. The Epstein, whatever we're going to call it, files, info, whatever the F it is, has been something he's been promising for years. But all of a sudden, it's us Democrats that came up. We is he for friggin' real? It's a hoax that we came up with, and we came up with all these facts. Are you know, he blames it on people that don't deserve it. And like, I want to find that person out there that's a Democrat that keeps screwing us over, because Trump keeps naming these people as these Democrats that have all hoaxed him. I want to find that Democrat and tell him, stop it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But Linda, this goes back to what you illustrated a while ago. Two wings that come so close together, the tips touch. Do you know why he was trying to push the Epstein list? Because he knew there's a lot of Democrats on that list, but he also knew his own name was on there. And if he got elected,
I think that both sides are equal on that file.
I do too, Natasha. I think they're both guilty. And matter of fact, Bill Clinton's already come out and said he personally rode on Epstein's jetliner 4 times that he's admitting to. So 4 times riding on that and going to the island and stuff. There's something being covered over. And we already know Bill Clinton's history, his past with Monica Lewinsky and everything. So it ain't like he's got no stellar no stellar record. But then let's go one more time. Let's go back to Biden. Does that not strike y'all as really weird that he gave his own son a pardon, and not just a pardon, but that he cannot be held in the future for anything he does. I'm telling you, that's why Trump got elected too. Stuff like that right there
Yes,
going on.
I believe that.
It was
Yes.
as dirty as you get right there. You don't get
I
no
think-
dirtier than that.
I
So
think Trump was elected before Biden pardoned his son. I don't recall for sure, but
yeah, but Biden was still president.
Yeah,
he
it was
he
kind of
can't,
the
he
last
can't
thing,
pardon
yeah.
without being president. Yeah.
oh, I agree.
Yeah. So
I agree,
Yeah,
but they get voted in November, but they don't take office until January 20th.
exactly. Yeah.
November 4th, January 20th is that in between time. And I think Trump
That's a
was
long
already
time.
voted
It
in.
doesn't take that long.
Biden-
Here it's the same week.
But I would say the same thing if Trump pardons one of his sons or his daughter. I'd be like, that seems
He
very
will.
very suspicious and dirty. So
Kushner's
He will.
father. Are you familiar with what Trump did with Kushner's father? Or his son-in-law's
Oh, shit.
father?
what's that? Is this something recent?
No, it's been over the years, and I don't remember enough about it to quote it properly, but there was some kind of
Decades and decades.
criminal activities of Kushner, his son-in-law. Kushner's father was involved in some kind of criminal activities. Trump had pardoned him, and I don't remember what it was exactly for. It happens. The those that were from January 6th got pardoned. He's flirting with the idea of pardoning Galinsky, is that her name? Who was physically there with Epstein molesting children. You know, another thing in and I'm not, I know it seems like it's very tit for tat, but in a month or so ago in Washington, we finally got that clergy penitent privilege thing. You know how pastors and priests don't have to report if somebody confesses to CSA, and the Watchtower uses that a lot. This is canon law, Catholic canon law, and the Watchtower Jehovah's Witnesses leadership uses that as a reason for not reporting CSA. That ended up getting passed to where elders are going to have to, and other leadership in religions have to report CSA with these confessions. Okay, that happened in Washington, which took the person that did this like 3 years. And it takes a long time to do something like this. Trump has called it anti-Catholic, like as if it's an attack on the Catholic Church. Why would he not be for this? You know what I'm saying? Why would Trump not be for reporting CSA?
Trump is not even religious. He plays the game.
But I'll tell you right now, Trump is playing really good on one thing. He's going to get this to his favor. And I don't know if y'all paying attention to it in the news, but you've heard about this marijuana issue he's tossing around about putting it in a different category from other drugs, which I hope he does do that. The thing is, look at all these people that's been in prison, and they didn't do hard drugs or anything, but they might have sold a little pot or something, and now you can get medical marijuana and stuff. All of them people that spent all that time in jail and prison, that would have been nonsense if it would have been reclassified properly back then. It should never be in the same league as like meth and crack and all this other stuff. But because there is definite medical benefits to be had by marijuana, and it is a natural substance.
In Canada, all over the place in Canada, marijuana is legal. We have candies, we have all sorts of things, oil or whatever.
Well, it's getting that way here in most of the United States, but that's why him just tossing that out there right now, he's going to get more voters to swing his way. And it's also right now, why of all times bring that up? I'd rather him said that at the very beginning, but now it's convenient for that Epstein list that Linda brought out. It's a distraction, but I really hope he follows through with that. That would help both Democrats and Republicans to have
Yeah.
not be jailed for a little marijuana. Not that I'm a marijuana user myself, but if I wanted to be, I'd
And
want
I'm
that.
not either. It makes me paranoid. I choose not to ever use it.
Yeah.
But I do know people
I
that
don't-
do, and
I
It
don't smoke,
really benefits
but
them.
sometimes jelly candy with marijuana in it, it's really helping my back.
There
yes,
you go.
I've heard
Yes.
people will take it for pain. But let me tell you something else I've heard,
Yeah.
and people have discovered this accidentally. If you're taking like the gummies or like what Natasha was just mentioning, like a candy of some sort, if you're taking that, please don't drink with it. Like, I don't drink
No, I
alcohol
know that.
with it, because I've heard of bad.
Do you know that most of the people don't want to drink when you take a candy? You don't want to drink.
I
Okay.
think you're right, Natasha. I really do. From the experience I have with family members, not necessarily me, but I did try one time for my pain, which I had a gallbladder operation, but I was in such intense pain with that gallbladder, I had to have something. And a friend of mine referred me to somebody, and it wasn't a gummy. He made the cookies. I don't know if you're familiar with the cookies, but it did
Yeah.
it did me a world of good.
I used to make chocolate
Okay.
myself.
Yeah.
Did you a world of good? I'm glad to hear that.
It did me a world of good, Linda. But I will say this, that it didn't make me crave it or want to do it again, but it served its purpose. But I also don't have that addictive personality. I can drink a beer or something right now and not touch another one for weeks on end or months. It's just,
Me too.
yeah. I don't have that addictive personality on stuff like that.
Me
But if
me neither.
and there's certain hot days though when it's really hot outside that I crave nothing but a beer, like a beer with a pizza or something. But most of the time I'm content with just iced tea. Give me an iced tea and I'm good to go.
Yeah.
I don't even want soft drinks because all the additives they put to it.
Yeah.
And so I'm good with tea or water or something like that, or flavored water. But anyhow, I know it's getting late, Linda, and you're going to have to go. It's late here. I'm on the East Coast, but I did enjoy it. And like I say, I know there's bad on both sides, Democrats and Republicans, and we've got to call both of them out. That's the only way. That was the gist I was getting at. The only way we're going to get away from this is to make our points valid, make them known, tell people what you want to see. And I agree totally what you said. That's why I put wild, and free. I want people to be free. I want people to not be under this constant government iron fist. I don't care which party's in there in office. I hate how many of our freedoms are being taken away from us. And that's why I say I do hope Trump does get this passed about the marijuana to where it gets reclassified. But there again, he said stuff before and not followed through. But if he does do this, that will be a step, in my opinion, in the right direction. If he does it the way I think he may refer to. But there again, we'll see if it goes through. I'll be happy about that. But it still won't change some of the other stuff that I'm not happy about right now. But
okay, yeah, and thank you for coming on. I just wanted to ask
what I wish for you? Do you know what I wish for you?
What's that, Natasha?
I wish that you make a third party, another one.
Oh yeah,
that's gonna take over those idiots.
I would love to see the independent party grow. It got more votes this time than any other time, so I'm hoping I see it steadily increase. Because both parties will tell you this: a vote for the other party is a waste, they'll basically tell you a vote for the independents is a waste. But that's a way for them to hold power. Both parties, I've seen through that for years now. And if you want real change, if both wings, left and right, are part of the same bird, change the whole bird. Get something new.
Exactly, as a third party, because they are always oligarch in a way or another.
Mm-hmm.
And the Orange Party here, they started, it was a simple guy, Jack Layton, and he came to Quebec, he came everywhere, and we had the orange wave that we called. It was orange all over the country because we were tired of the other two.
Okay.
And he was a guy who had good sense, and in BC. Since then, we still vote that party
Okay, very cool.
That would be
because
nice.
because they are for the people. They are not for them. They are not playing with oligarchs. They are not. It's not their game, and it can happen. Some people are sincere, and one person can make the difference in US and make a difference, make it for the people like it should be.
That's what I would love to
Look at
see
the
happen. Yes.
Constitution. The Constitution says that they are supposed to work for the people. They don't. None of them do.
Yeah, you hit on a good point right there. The Constitution was to limit the government's power. It was never supposed to limit the people's power. That was
Exactly.
yeah, and it's totally opposite now. Now the government was supposed to be fear of the people, of not pleasing them, but now it's the people
the
that in fear.
opposite now.
Yeah.
But how many are you? We are 43 millions. You're 300 millions more than us.
Yeah.
So make a new party, for God's sake.
I don't know who to talk to for us to get another party, but I think a lot of people agree with you, Natasha. I think a lot of people do.
I do too.
And it's been suggested, like even Goat Like Personality has talked about, like, this is the way it is over here, and this is how that works.
Yeah.
You know, like we all could do that.
Yeah.
And I've heard different people suggest it as well as you. Well, when you come on here, do you experience being heard?
Thank you, Wild Wall, because you opened my eyes on some stuff, and I agree with you on some stuff too.
Thank you. Yeah, that's why I love talking to y'all. I learn many things.
What I don't
Me
want
too.
you to experience is the impression that you're being shut down or dismissed. And I'm wanting to check in if you're experiencing being heard and getting to bring out the points you're wanting to bring out. Are you? Because I think that's important.
Oh yeah,
It's
I think I've been
fun.
able to bring out everything, and I have no complaints. Not me personally, and I always try to look at the comments and see. You know, it ain't whether people agree with you, but can they understand the point I'm trying to make? And that's the thing. Is if you can't talk with people, you'll never understand the other side, right? You'll not understand what they're going through. You'll see some good in it, you'll see some bad, but without talking, there'll be no understanding, no way to communicate our happiness, our sadness, our fears, our anxiety. You know, but I think you do good, Linda. I really do, and you know.
Okay.
If there's any problem I've seen, it's just on my part, where either I've got one of my animals here, the dogs, and they're interrupting me, and then I lose my train of thought or something. But yeah, I don't think I've ever really been shut down or felt. Matter of fact, I think you've gave everybody, including me, plenty of opportunity to present their side, their viewpoints. I really like that. So,
okay.
Like you should. Like
I'm glad to hear that.
Like,
call me on it if you experience that. Call me on it, because that's super important that I want people to experience when they come here.
Yeah. You know what? I'm glad that you all agree that you should have a third party.
Oh, it's definitely being looked into. I will agree with Linda on that. There's many people that's brought it up, and I think they're going to keep growing to where the one day, hopefully sooner rather than later, that we'll have a viable third party. It's a lot easier to control two parties than it is that third one. That third one could be a tiebreaker in many instances for a good thing. It's hard. It's a lot harder to control three than it is two. But I'll leave it at that, ladies. I've enjoyed talking with y'all, and I know it's getting late, so I can hear my dog barking. He's ready for his next bowl of water and food right now. Before I go.
Well, I really appreciate to understand your point of view.
Oh, you too, Natasha.
And I agree with lots of things.
Yeah. And I like your accent. I know I'm probably hard for you to understand because I've got a Southern accent. A lot of people tease me
Yeah,
about it, but I enjoy
I,
talking to everybody.
Good.
I
I'm
love
glad.
your accent.
Thank
That's
you.
awesome. Thank you for
I
showing up,
really love
Wildwood.
your accent.
By the way, audience, and anybody who's listening later, it is Wild Wall that came up with that terminology, cyber meetup. And I grabbed that, and that's what I use for every Saturday night. This is what we're having, a cyber meetup. So, yeah, thank you, Wild Wall.
Cyber meeting. Yeah.
Yeah.
He
Yep.
came up with that?
He coined that.
Great.
If that's,
It's
I don't
good.
know if anything official needs to happen, but I give him the recognition because once he said that, I was like, oh, I like it. I'm going to use it.
Yeah, I love it too.
And it really is like a meetup. Think about it. We've
Mhm.
exchanged ideas. We've talked. We might not always agree, which we're not. We're never going to agree 100% with each other. I've never found one person on God's green earth that I agreed 100% with. Some maybe close to 90, but never 100. But it's always good to hear their side of the story, their viewpoint. Even if I don't agree, I still like to hear why they feel that way, what caused
Me
them to
too.
feel a certain way. Because we all go through life at different we're born different places. We've got environmental challenges we face differently. We got geographical differences. We got language barriers to an extent, and yet
Mhm.
we're still able to have a good meetup. And on that note, I'll leave it alone. But if you guys get to go to a physical meetup in real life, do that too because it is very nice. It will
Oh,
really.
I wish, but I can't go to the States.
What about
You
up in
have to
Canada?
come up here.
There might be some there in Canada.
Yeah, I'm
There might
sure
be
they
some.
are.
Not in my neck of the woods.
Okay.
Hey, Natasha, next time you're online and you got some free time, type in XJW meetups. You can Google it or whatever, and you should see a map come up. And there's some been in Canada. I don't know if there's any recent, but there have
Yeah,
been.
it's not in my place.
Okay.
Not close enough to
But
you.
they closed up in the other town close to me. It's Sycamores. They closed the Kingdom Hall, and there's maybe more here in Revelstoke now because that one's still open.
We've seen quite a few closed in this area. I love to see more of the halls shutting down. I will say
Welcome,
that.
Diana.
Good morning.
My
So Diana is
my
joining us.
my ex
Happy husband.
psychologist, she asked me, she said you should put advertising on the network here for selling stuff and and meetings, and offer a meeting to XJWs. Go in a park, she said, go in a cafe, go,
Yeah, that's all
I
it
should.
takes. That's all it takes is a little meetup. It don't have to be a huge one, just a couple of people having coffee or tea or just meet up at a little coffee shop. It works wonders. It really does. You get to
Yes.
meet people on an individual level like that. That's a meetup too.
Yeah.
It don't have to be a big one.
No, yeah, I have to do that, but it takes me lots of courage too. Yeah.
You'll find it. I can tell right now. You can find the courage. You'll get it. And once you do it one time, it gets addictive. You'll want to do it again and again.
It's easier after. Yeah, it's the first time that's hard. Yeah, I get it.
And always remember, every great journey in life starts with that first step. If you don't take that first step, you're never going on a journey. Once you take that first step, the rest of the journey gets easier, better, because you've started on your course then.
Yeah, that I don't like everybody, so I'm kind of scared that I'm gonna find some. Oh my goodness, some like God freaks, like Jesus freaks or something like that. I'm scared of that.
I was a
I'm kind
Jesus
of
freak
scared of that.
for All Saints Day at church I used to go to. And nobody recognized me.
Oh, hi,
But
Diana.
I respect. I have a friend in Belgium. He phoned me when he was disfellowship, And he said, I'm gonna talk to you, but not for long because I'm gonna be reinstated pretty soon. And
Oh
I
my
asked
God.
him a few, like 3 questions about the faith, about JWs. And he said, I thought about that when I was young. And I said, think about it again. And
There
he
you go.
did. And it's been more than 10 years now. He's out.
There you go.
He's out. He's got friends that are Christians because he's still a Christian. And I love talking to him. He respects my way, and I
Oh,
respect his way.
good.
So yeah, what I'm afraid about is Jesus freaks, that want to put that on you and you know trying
Yeah,
to change you.
that's where we need to learn some boundaries. And if
Yeah,
our boundaries are not respected, then we can remove
yeah,
ourselves from a situation that's toxic.
Linda, I'm scared to get mad.
Scared to get mad?
Yeah, because nobody pushed me around anymore. I was pushed around for long enough, and I'm scared to be mad if they're like that.
I understand.
I think
Uh,
most people I've met at meetups are very accustomed to accommodating people. I really do. And just let them know what you like to talk about and what you prefer not to. Tell them you'd like to just focus on the XJW stuff about how long they've been a ex-witness or what made them a witness. You don't even have to go in the Jesus rant or the religious stuff. And then there's some people that do want to do that, and they'll usually just talk amongst yourselves. That's fine. Then you've got like
Yeah,
you've got atheists and agnostics that kind of group together, but they still have one thing in common. Even at that, believers, non-believers, they all came out of the organization, so they've got a common ground, and they usually focus
yeah.
on that.
I am an agnostic. I was agnostic since I was 5 years old.
okay. So
Oh,
let's
Diana, you changed your haircut?
let's welcome Diana and
Hi,
thank you, Rodwell, for showing up tonight. I appreciate you very much.
I've enjoyed it.
this is an old picture, Natasha.
That's a good picture.
The one you have on your
It's nice.
for your profile.
Yeah, it's an old picture.
Okay.
Did you see my speculoos? You call that speculoos? It's made in your country.
Oh, the cookies. Yes.
Oh, speculaas. Speculaas.
Yeah, oops. In
Oh,
Belgium we call them speculoos.
yeah, then.
It's the first time I see that in my grocery store.
They're very good. It's been years since I've
Yeah,
eaten those
with
actually.
a coffee. Oh my god, it needs a coffee.
Yeah, dump it in coffee, then eat it. And
Yeah,
salt.
you dip it in. Yeah,
Dip, yeah, dip.
yeah.
Hi, Linda. Wild ball.
Hello.
Hey, Diana.
What's on your mind today?
I was just going to say hello because I just woke up and I had my phone next to my bed and I thought, oh, let's have a look if Linda's still here because I think, oh, maybe she's still here. And then I saw the lightning.
Yeah, yeah.
Is it 10 o'clock in the morning?
15:15. What time is it? Yeah, 10:10.
Past 10, yeah.
A.M. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
To tell you what a night owl I am, I'm on the East Coast of the United States. It's 10 minutes after 4 in the morning, 4 a.m.
Yeah.
And I've got to be out on my property working with my wife in a few hours. So I got to get off here. But Diana, it's good to see you. And if you could have got on a little sooner, I'd love to heard some more from you and what all is going on in your life because it's been a while since we've talked.
Yes. Well, I heard you talking about the immigrant problems. Well, we have them in Europe.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think so many people, so many
I
different
know.
countries are going through that right now, and they're trying to find a way. I give them credit. They're trying to find a way to do it the best way, but there's really no one size fits all because there's so many different size families, different areas, people coming in together and everything. But at that, I'm gonna have to leave it with you ladies. But I've loved it talking to y'all, and y'all continue on however long you can.
Thank you, Walwal.
You're very
Thank you.
welcome, Natasha. Yeah,
Greetings to your wife.
I will.
Oh yes.
Yeah, give her a big kiss. And from
Well,
me as
I
well.
plan on it. Yeah.
Well, me too. So you're gonna have to do two.
Yeah, I'll have to do that because she allows me to do stuff like this without being too upset at me. So I got to give her a big hug for that. She's always got
Yeah.
my back and my side, so she's a good woman. All right, good night, everybody.
Good
Bye.
night.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Oh, Yvonne made a few
He's got a nice lady.
comments.
Someone that understands.
Yeah, I think they've been married for quite a while too.
Oh yeah.
I like hearing about marriages that have worked out.
That
Mine have
last,
not.
yes. I didn't get that.
I
The
do that.
longest was 17 years.
Okay.
And the idiot went to bed with my sister.
Wow.
Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Anyway, weren't we talking about friendships?
Yes. Originally we were. Yes.
That was the theme.
About making friends and keeping friends. That's what I started
Yeah.
the show off about. And then we went
That's
different categories.
yeah, but that's you have to care for to have friends. But what happened to me? It's I have two best friends. One is in Belgium, the other one is in France, and Linda is in California.
Yeah.
And
Thank
so
you.
they're all far away. But my best friend from Belgium, I know her since we were 8 years old. I was not supposed to see her. We were going through the woods and through the fields, and we met in the middle.
Wow.
It was some kilometers away. And see, we found each other again by Facebook,
That is
and
so
she
awesome.
came to see me, and she wants to come. She might come in September because we're gonna lose the campsite that she loves so much.
Okay.
And my other friend is in France, in the Alps, and she's got an apartment on the Mediterranean Sea in Camargue. And I met her. I was 18 or 19, not more than that. And I got out when I was 17, but I stayed home until I was 18. So I
Mhm.
met her. I was just out of the J-Dubs, and
Okay.
it was kind of, I don't know. We were together. We were laughing at her boyfriend. She's married with her boyfriend that from the time they got a daughter and everything. But
Uh-huh.
we like it was instant. We laughed together the same stuff about the same stuff. I made her discover some music. She made me discover some music, and we fitted. When I told her, when I phoned her, when I arrived in France, she was not in the region at all. She said she said, Natasha is there. She's in Savoie, in the Alps, and she was on the coast. And they both came on the motorbike. It's a mountain motorbike, so it's really hard on the bottom. They were looking like two how do you call that? Meduse? Um, jellyfish. Two jellyfish on a motorbike
Oh my
because
goodness.
they came straight up. They were they were looking so tired. But yeah, she came, she stayed, they built a company together. And yeah, best friend in the world. And when I lived there for 1 year, we never had a word against each other. And yeah, it's just like that. I don't know how I do that, but I can't do that with everybody.
Right.
It's gotta fit, you know.
Mhm.
Like I can talk to you, Linda, easy, but I can't talk to some people. You know, some people of Corey's family said, "Oh, you should be friend with Kim." Yeah, I can't. It's not the same kind. You have to find your kind. You know.
Yep.
Do you do you understand what I mean? You have to find your kind.
I do understand. Yes.
Because if it's not your kind, you will never be friends. You can have acquaintances like they said we had in school, you know. But real friends, yeah, you don't have too many in a lifetime. I had some friends for a while. I had some friends for a day, but those two I have it for life. Oh my cat, yes, you are my friend, my cat. Said, what about
Cats,
me?
cats make great friends. Cats make great friends.
Oh my cat, he's crazy. He was so aggressive. Nobody wanted him. He was taken back 5 times. He was going to die the next day. Eh, puss? Yeah. He's glad he's got me. I'm as fussy as him.
um, Yvonne has made a few comments. Tariffs are supposed to encourage people to buy from their own country without tariffs, to discourage foreign goods. The problem is many foreign goods is the only choice. I agree. Vehicle manufacturers need certain parts from abroad. They have no comparable U.S. goods. They need to buy from abroad. Trump will blame anyone. Pass the buck. Yep. And she says, yes, Linda, you're right. Something happened with Kushner. So I was talking about his son-in-law's father. Trump had pardoned him, I believe, years ago. Yvonne brings up really good stuff when she comments. It's always good to hear from you.
Didn't Kushner buy JW headquarters in New York? Brooklyn?
I didn't understand you. What?
I think Kushner bought the Brooklyn headquarters from JW's.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's correct. And then I don't know if he kept it or if they still own it, but
I don't know.
Yeah. What's been going on with you, Diana?
I had 2 weeks vacation. It was actually not planned, but it wasn't so busy at my job, and I was in the office to do some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then I said, "Oh, it's not so busy." My colleague said from the planning department, and I said, "Oh, can I have some vacation, a week off?" She said, "Oh, sure, it's not so busy." I said, "Can I have 2 weeks off?" Yes.
Oh,
But tomorrow I have to work again, so 2 weeks are over.
tomorrow
And
you
then,
have to get some what?
huh?
Tomorrow you have to get some what? What did you say?
I have to start working again tomorrow, so
Oh, okay.
it's
Okay.
already over.
Yeah. So it's yeah, tomorrow.
The children are going to school again, and I have
That's right.
some children to drive to school. Yeah, it's nice.
You know what lots of U.S. citizens that moved here because there's lots. What they said, they were amazed because people are pushing them to take holidays here in big companies, and they don't understand why. You need holidays. Stop working later. We don't need someone that works later. You need to be in shape. You need to repose your mind, to rest your mind. Take holidays.
It's really actually very important. Holidays is very important. To take a
Yeah, and no
vacation.
overtime. No overtime.
Yeah.
And lots, and the doctors here, oh, the doctors that just came from, like they're 6 months here or something, and they're helping the new US doctors to come here. They come
Oh,
here,
very,
most of them have a family. They have little children in primary school, or they have teens, and
okay.
they said, we don't want them to see the violence. And they are so
Uh,
surprised, the teens. Hey, mom and dad, we don't have to be prepared for an assault.
you know what? I
We
haven't
don't
even.
do that in Canada.
And that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
And they want their kids to don't see the deportation.
Yeah.
They're against it, and they don't want their kids to see the violence.
And it is very violent.
And
Unfortunately.
the thing that they're the most amazed, we don't have to ask them if they have an insurance. We take care of people, whoever it is. If it's the guy that live on the street, we do the same thing. As a rich person, it's the same.
You know what? They're getting ready here to criminalize those that are homeless.
No.
Oh no.
It's so. I don't.
How
I don't
can
have.
you do that?
I don't have a solution. I just
We have
know that just.
homeless here, but they're taken care of like the best we can.
Yeah.
But they have to go through some therapy before they can have an apartment.
Oh,
But it's
okay.
provided. Yeah. And
Okay.
the new prime minister is building more because we need houses and stuff. So he's building more and more and more with Canadian lumber, Canadian aluminum, Canadian everything.
Very nice.
Last week, someone came to my door asking for donations for people in Ukraine. And they said, well, there are families there and they live in their homes and they don't have, they have less than normal. So they wanted to go around the houses and ask for money for them. And I said, well, but you said the families in the houses who have to do with less. She said, yes. I said, but we have 40,000 homeless people here. So I give money to
Yeah.
homeless organizations here. So I'm not going to give for, people who have to do with less in the Ukraine who still live in their homes.
You know what
And
my friend from Belgium told me? The the rich Ukrainians come in Belgium in Mercedes and BMWs, and the government is giving them money, and they are rich already, and they are taken by Belgian people in their homes, and they don't even help to do the dishes,
That
and they
sounds
keep the money
very
and they keep
unlikely.
the money that the government is giving them.
Huh.
And it's not just one story. She knows lots of people. She works for the government for disabled people.
Okay. There used to be this saying, like back in the 70s, you'd see it on bumper stickers.
Oh my goodness.
Ass, grass, or gas. Nobody rides for free. I haven't thought about that one in a
No,
while.
but it made the Europeans like mad at them, and I
Yeah,
understand
and
why. You know,
see, I think
if
that
you have the poor coming, I guess they will help. You know what I mean? But the righteous, they were the first out of like the rats out of a boat when it's sinking. The rats come first out. So are the righteous in a country in war. And that's a problem. And Belgians don't like Ukrainians, most of them, because of how they act. I knew Ukrainians all my life, and they're nice people. But the ones that left the first were the rich ones. They had a car to go, Mercedes, BMWs, and more. And they got in families, and the families had no money to do that from the government. They gave all the money to the Ukrainians.
that seems so
They had more. They had more than a disabled person in Belgium, because my friend is working with disabled people.
yeah. That seems like unlikely, but I know that you've heard it from someone who sounds like they would know, But I've also come to find that, for instance, when Trump was saying that the Haitians are eating the cats and dogs, they're eating your pets.
Oh my
It was
goodness!
it was
I
one
have
of the
good friends in Montreal from Haiti. They don't.
right.
Okay.
They don't.
I
They
saw
don't.
a documentary, a dude that goes in the worst place in the world, and he was in Haiti, and there was dogs, and they feed the dogs. If they're dogs, they don't eat them. You know what they eat? They make little cookies from oh my goodness, how do you call that? La boîte, you know,
From some kind of flour or grain or something.
No, no, from the ground.
Okay.
It's like dirt from the ground, and they put salt on it and water and a little of butter. And the
Oh,
guy bought one cookie. He bought a bunch of cookies for every kid because when they need something to go to school, they have to pass two gangs and pay. When they have to go to school, they can't go without with an empty tummy. So what the woman was doing is that those dirt cookies with salt and a little bit of butter for the whole batch.
wow.
And the guy, the tourist, good for him, he's an American, and he tried a bite, and he was sick for 2 days,
Oh my
fever
goodness.
and stuff.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness. Okay.
yeah,
So
and
sometimes when
that's what
people
they
tell
eat.
these
They don't
stories,
eat dogs. They don't eat cats. They eat
I know,
dirt cookies.
I know they don't eat. See, but the point is when somebody who's in a position of authority says something like that, it makes them a scapegoat. It makes that particular group of people that somebody in an authority position is talking about, they're turning them into scapegoats, and then the rest of society will want to kind of gang up on them too and want to
You
hate
know,
them too. You know what
I,
I'm saying? Um,
I saw families of Haitian people from Haiti, a family going through the woods, and it was on cameras because we have trail cameras for the animals and stuff. And they were, it was, the little teenager, she was maybe 12 years old, and she was scared. She saw the camera, she got scared. She went back and took her little sisters and brothers back. It was a family. They let them go. They let them come here
wow.
because it was not a gang. I bet you they are almost legal here now. They go to the process, but they went clandestine, going by the bushes and yeah. But they saw them. They have drones and everything, here. No helicopter drones to watch the border. And
There's
by the
like,
way, no fentanyl is coming from our way to your way. The most fentanyl we get is from you guys.
I, I believe you. I believe you. You know, this is, Yvonne says, Trump sounds like Watchtower. I'm going to tell you something. That's what I've been thinking for a
Exactly.
long time.
I
Um,
agree.
and then Beverly says, former President Barack Obama deported more illegal immigrants than President Trump. Um, so yeah,
I don't know, but I believe it. If we talk about illegal ones, yeah, I
I,
believe it.
we do. You know what we hear and stuff. You know, it's good to confirm it or take somebody's word for it. I don't know, but
Yeah, I don't know for a fact, but
yeah.
if he did it normally, like the legal way.
Well, yeah, I don't know, and like I've continued to hear people say that Biden had that left the border wide open. I have not researched into that
No,
yet,
yeah,
and
I
so
don't agree.
I
I
have to
don't
research
agree with the
that.
border open. Our border is open. I don't agree with that.
So when we hear stuff, it might ring true to with things we already know, but double check and look for yourself. And it's so easy
Yeah, but
to.
they
And I'm
don't
not
even
saying
they don't even check if they are legal or not. They just they have that bonus per the head.
Right. And
All they want is their bonus per head.
that does
That's
seem
what
like
pisses me off. They take photos, they take
I see.
models, they take kids. From New Zealand, a mother and a kid. They say the kid was legal, but he was missing a little thing on her mom, and her mom is working for helping kids in the US. She's employed there, and they didn't want to even the father to come get the kid. 6 years old little.
That's scary. That is just scary. Yeah, if that's happening, we can't.
And she's from
we
New
can't.
Zealand. She's not a native. She doesn't have a tan. She's white, okay?
Okay.
And the people from Canada who were arrested were white, really white, like me.
Yeah.
It's
The actor that plays one of the actors that has played Superman has recently talked about how he is going to join ICE. And
who?
one of the actors that used to play Superman, I don't know his name.
Oh, okay.
That actor, good looking guy too. He's announced that he was going to join ICE.
Why?
Anyway, I didn't ask why. I haven't read up on it. I just looked at it and went, no way. But that's my viewpoint. No way.
I hope it's documented.
Yeah.
It is to document the shit. I say yes.
The
But if
thing
it's
is
just
about
going on ice, no, man, no.
they're covering their
He
faces
will never make another movie if he does that. Never.
for they're covering their faces and stuff for the sake of not getting doxxed, which means so that people don't know who they are, they don't know where their address is, and that so that they do not get harassed, nor does their family. You know, and yes, of course we don't. These men have kids and stuff, and a wife that. Yes, we don't want that to happen to them. So it makes me concerned that this actor, who says it out loud, now I'm, it makes me concerned for his family. It's like, what are you doing, dude? I mean,
Yeah.
if ICE shows up with covering their identity, why are you full on just saying like that's not safe? I'm concerned for him.
Right,
And
sure. You go undercover, but don't tell it.
yeah,
Or you
exactly.
really want to be in ICE.
Evidently, yeah.
It's a power trip to be in ICE, you know?
So Dallas has
Big
joined us.
power
How are
trip.
you, Dallas?
Well, Leo, I- I've, I've just, just had my headphones to me, but so I wasn't really hearing, just had them on and didn't know till later.
I'm talking too loud. Dallas. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Sometimes
Don't
my
worry
heart
about
goes
it.
on, and
It's all
my
good.
heart goes on for those people, and yeah, I'm talking too loud. I'm sorry, Dallas. It's me.
What did I missed the last part of what you said, Dallas? Something about your headphones, and what did you say after that?
Well, I just got up, but my headphones were on me, and they was on me, and
Did you fall asleep listening to the show?
that's exactly what that's right on.
Okay, now I understand.
Okay, so I yell and you still fall asleep.
And yeah,
Yeah.
you know what? I'm totally good with that. Totally good with that. What's been going on with you, Dallas?
Well, just wanted to. This is still on. I thought I'd join.
Thank you. Have you got anything on your mind you want to talk about?
Sometimes I've been looking. Sometimes I've seen some different videos online, and one of them I've seen online is certain. If y'all remember what these older different ones that have woke up from this cult right here.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's here on their side, and I've seen it on Instagram, TikTok, and sometimes some things I got. You're on Discord like I am.
Right.
Sometimes I'll share. Could be sharing some certain things on there. And the oldest person I saw that woke up on YouTube, if you remember, he's 89. Him and his wife,
Oh yeah.
old Joe Christie.
Say that name again, please.
Is Joe Christie.
Joel Christie. Okay.
So that's the oldest I've seen one wake up at online, at least.
Okay.
So you're just seeing that it ain't never too late to wake up.
You know, I agree.
Never, never. There's a woman, a lady in Mexico. She woke up, she was 93 years old.
She woke up at she was even older yet than he and his wife.
93, 93 years old, she woke up. And she
Wow.
was so happy. She said, I finally can be myself.
Wow.
And I'm sure she had to have been in there for a long time.
Her whole life.
93, and that's all she knew, and she wakes up.
That's
Yes.
bizarre.
A lady from Mexico.
Wow.
You can ask, what's her name? Kim and Mikey?
Oh,
And
okay.
Mackie, I need to view them more regularly. I don't get to view them
Well,
as
they don't do that many videos again anymore. But it was way back, and yes, yeah, 93 years old, and she was talking to Kim and Mikey
Wow.
from Mexico, and 93, and she was so happy to have been waking up. She said, "I'm old. I don't care. I can be myself finally." There's no age to wake up.
no, there ain't none. I ain't none.
Imagine if you're
Well,
93. You're not 93. You're lucky. You're younger than her. And she felt lucky.
Well, what I see is when the more time you're out, it's as if your health gets better and you age backwards a little bit.
The more you stay, the more dolls are on your shelf. Like the Mormons say, you put the dolls on the shelf, and and you have so many dolls that the shelf is cracking. The Mormons say that. Put your dolls on the shelf, and you have so many dolls after so many years that the shelf is cracking. And her shelf cracked at 93 years old.
That's amazing.
And she was happy. She made friends out of GWs. She lived her life. She was going dancing.
That's so impressive.
It
And
is. It is.
it,
I can't tell you what, Kim and Mikey, they have so many videos, but there's one that I think she have a nail in the coffin. I have my nail in the coffin. Do you? They start to do it again.
Yes, I do.
I know you do, Linda, but Dallas, do you have your nail in the coffin?
Oh, are you familiar with what they do, Dallas?
who what is it?
Explain, Linda, because my English is bad.
So they document different people that have left the organization with thumbtacks, and they call it nail in the coffin, but it's actually thumbtacks that go on a lid, and it's shaped like a coffin lid. But each thumbtack represents people that have woken up from the religion of Jehovah's Witnesses, from the cult.
The cult is the coffin, and you put a nail in the coffin.
It's
You put the
exactly.
cult away.
It's exactly as if
You
exactly
can
as if
just
one
have your
more.
initial. You don't have to tell your name. You can just have 2 letters, your initial. You can have 1 letter. You can, you don't have to, you don't need to have your name. You don't have to have your real name, but you can just ask for a nail in the coffin. And they will see if you take Dallas, they can say Dallas or D, nail in the coffin. He woke up. He woke up and he won't get back in the religion, in the cult.
And, and it's as if we are literally hammering another nail into that coffin before it gets buried under the ground for good, and it is history.
Yeah.
Until the fall of the watchtower.
Before it's fall that evil witch tower.
Yeah,
That's exactly what it deserves the name of that witch tower.
yeah.
Wendy Lightning and I woke up. So we woke up together.
Yes.
And so we tore up all the literature, and the CDs and the tapes, everything. And the literature, I put it in the recycle bin. But the Lightning said, I'm not doing that. I'm throwing it in the trash bin because it's not worth recycling.
Some people will have a bonfire,
You know,
and
Yeah.
it's
you know,
very like cleansing for them.
in
And
the
some
grocery store,
and
in the grocery store I go, there's a place that people donate books. And I saw 2 Bibles, the black ones, and I saw 2 Bibles, the silver one.
Oh wow.
The
Okay.
silver sword.
Uh,
One in
I
French of each. One in French, one in English. And I found two my book of horror stories
yes, my
with
book of horror
the hard
story.
copy with the hard copy. And it's mint, one in French and one in English. I
Wow.
took them out because I said I don't want any kids to fall on that. I don't want any person to go look at that Bible. So I took, but the Bible of storybook I kept. I have Bibles that I kept. I don't want anyone to fall on that.
I used to do the same kind of thing when I would see Watchtowers and Awakes in the laundromat. I'd pick them up and throw them
Oh,
right in
I
the trash.
always put that in the trash. Yeah.
Uh, I can remember when I had relative. I think it was my uncle's wife. She received uh, the magazines in the mail, and
Oh,
what she
in the
did,
brown paper. In the brown paper.
Yep.
and she cut them up and threw them in the trash.
Is that right? Wow.
And
But
that's what I understand. And I thought, well, now I think, well, that was the best thing and was so wise in doing that.
the best utilities that I heard, it's in a bird cage. It keeps the shit really good. The bird shit
Oh God.
really good. And
In
it's
the
the
bottom of the
size of a
barricade.
little bird cage when you
Oh
open
my
it.
God. I think you're right. The perfect
It
size.
is.
Exactly what they deserve.
Oh my goodness.
And
That
I
is
know
way too
many
funny.
people who did that.
That is way too funny. Well,
Canary
well,
shit on it.
I'm going to wrap things up in a few minutes. So, um, is there anything you'd like to mention before I say goodnight, Diana?
I send you messages, an
Okay.
email, and on messages on
Thank
Tuesday.
you. Okay. Thank you.
Little group chat. So
That'll be awesome. Thank you.
the
How
lightning
about
set
you?
hopes to see you Tuesday. So
Yep. She mentioned that in the chat. How about you, Dallas? Is there something you would like to mention before I say goodnight to people?
Well, I think that we, I've been, sometimes I've seen these street preachers outside Kingdom Halls with the megaphones condemning them that they need to repent or they're gonna or y'all gonna burn in hell.
Wow.
Is because they see it as false Christianity and false prophets. And that
Street people.
silver sword, it is a false Bible. And it is of the devil, not of God. Because
It's
we know that
evil.
this organization, it is controlled by none other than Satan the devil.
I agree.
Thank you, Dallas. How about you, Natasha? Did you want to say something before I say goodnight?
I would say friendships are not easy to make when you get out, but it's possible. It's
Yeah.
really possible. When you have a contact with a person and say, you know, it started with a joke with my best friend since I just got out of the cult, of JW cult. I met her
Mhm.
and it was an instant friendship. And it was we were just laughing. We couldn't stop laughing. And
That is
she
so
didn't,
awesome.
I didn't tell my story. She knew way after, like years and years and years after. But the contact was there. It You know, you don't choose a friend. It gets to you. And you don't have many of those. It's not like the friends, the JW friends who are fake. If you
Right.
don't think like them, they won't be friends.
Uh,
That's no friend. That's no friend. I
I
don't
agree.
know if she. I still don't know till this day if she believes in God or not. And my other friend in Belgium, I don't know if she believes in God or not. It's not a priority for us. Our
Right.
priority is our friendship,
Yeah. And that
and
really was regulation.
nothing else matter. Nothing else matter.
Yeah. That was the regulations for the
uh,
That's all
organization.
I have to say. That's all I have to say. And it
uh,
comes to everyone. You have to
Thank you.
seize the moment.
Yeah, I agree. Rebecca Wise came on here. She's like, "You're still on," and I just woke up and checked. She gave like the first comment of the night, going, "I'm going to try to stay up, but I don't know if I'll make it." And it's always okay if you can't wake up
Esther is
or if
not
you
here
can't stay
today.
awake, you can always listen to it the
Oh,
next
it's
day.
Esther?
Rebecca Wise.
uh, we call it what we call it is Satan's witness. Called we call it the Satan's witness, or we call it Satan wickedness.
Okay, I
Because
just think
that
it's a front. I see it as a front. Um, it covers
Dallas,
a
did,
bunch of
did
stuff
you
behind it.
ever heard back in the days fairy tale?
what? Well, I think sometimes I
JW,
see.
JW fairy tale?
Oh yeah, that's a certain person that was an ex-Jehovah's Witness about 5 or 7 years ago.
I think you would laugh if you were hearing his old
He was very unique.
videos. JW fairy tale. He made me laugh, but
Yeah.
laugh so much. It's so true what he says. He's got a big voice. He's got a true voice. He's got makeup sometimes. Sometimes he doesn't.
Hmm.
But he's a good person, and he's gonna make you laugh. If you are mad, like I was mad, you're gonna have some relief listening to him. JW fairy tale. It's
I have
on
to.
YouTube.
I have to keep that in mind. And every Kingdom Hall I go past, this is what I do. Give it the middle finger.
That's what he wants to. You should look JW fairy tale. You're gonna like it, Dallas. I'm sure you're gonna like it.
That's
It's
funny.
get it to me. It got all my anger out, and I was feeling good. My cat, when I put a JW fairy tale video, he's still he's purring. He loves his voice. Yeah, when I'm mad, I put JW fairy tale, and I feel better. Just saying, Dallas. Love you, guy.
Love you too.
Respect.
I'll see if I can find him. So thank you everybody that showed up here tonight to watch the show live, and thank you for
Thank
all of
thank
the
you,
ones
Linda.
that
Bye.
joined us tonight and had conversation with us. And I started off talking about how awkward it is for us to develop friendships and to keep friendships, and why that is, and how that's a challenge for us. But it's definitely possible, and we're able to do it. We just got to keep getting up and going again, getting up and going again, and getting up and going again. Thank you, whoever did show up tonight.
And I know how that organization, how they say that you leave brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, and houses, fields, and that you'll get 100-fold more. And in the afterlife, I don't buy it literally, because they're not gonna they ain't gonna substitute for your real family. I need my real family. I'm gonna choose my real family. I've gone to their Thanksgivings, and I'll be going to their Christmases and everything else,
That's so cool.
because there's they ain't no substitute for them, and I need my time with them, because
Exactly.
living in North Carolina, I've flown up sometimes up to Maryland, into Baltimore, but I can fly to, because I got in the Washington D.C. area a sister and aunts, uncles, cousins.
Very cool.
If if y'all ever been in the East,
Rebecca says,
I made my own family in the world. I have my chosen dad. I have my
okay,
chosen mom, but my mom woke up, so I had my real mom back. But I
that's
had
so
my
beautiful.
chosen dad, and I still have him, and it's precious.
That's beautiful. So I'm closing things up, okay, you guys? I'm getting ready to say goodnight. This is truly a highlight of my week, and I really appreciate all of you that showed up here. And for those of you that listen to this later, thank you for being here and listening to tonight's show. I will be catching you next week. Today is August the 16th, 2025, but we've already gone into Sunday, so it's August the 17th. So I'm going to say goodnight, and I will catch y'all next week.
Thanks, Linda.
Right.
y'all
Bye,
take
all.
care now. Y'all take care.
Bye.
I never made it, but I know what it takes. I'm motivated by a mix of emotions.